Hi, students. Welcome to the live streaming of the Supreme Court hearing on the NEET case. And now we will present to you the streaming live so that you all can view and we all can hear the streaming here live from the Supreme Court's official channel. So the NEET cases will start streaming from 11 a.m. We still have a few minutes left for the streaming. Till then, I'll give you a brief overview about the NEET examination. So as you all know that NEET was introduced in India to streamline medical and dental college admissions by replacing multiple entrance exams with a single standardized test. It aimed to ensure fairness and transparency in the selection process. Talking about NEET 2024, before the examination, the rumors on NEET paper leak began spreading on social media days before the exam date. However, the NTA, the exam conducting authority, rubbished the claims and said that the exam will be held as per the schedule. So NEET exam was conducted on 5th May 2024. Later on, when the results were announced, I must tell you that result were supposed to be announced on a different date, and it were announced earlier than the result announcement date. And when the results were announced, so there were so many students, the number of students who got top marks, full marks, 720 out of 720 in the NEET exam. The number was large. So the suspicion on NEET paper leak grew. Since then, cases have been filed in courts. Some students are demanding re-NEET now. A few students do not want re-NEET to happen at this point of time now. And today most probably, we will have the final decision about it. So the Supreme Court will hear a batch of pleas seeking cancellation of the NEET examination today. Meanwhile, I would also like to inform that a special court in Patna on yesterday, sent the key accused in the NEET paper leak case to CBI custody for 14 days. So we are presenting the live stream now. Let's hope for the best and watch the live stream very carefully. So the streaming has still not begun. We would mainly be presenting you the NEET cases streaming. which are relevant to our audience, to the students who are looking for a decision on NEET examination.
And you're not may not
until 20th of August.
insofar as the presence of the chief secretary in
We have to secure presence.
Because there has been substantial compliance. It's just
Yes.
the dispersal of funds.
The compliant come here, come visit Delhi once here.
That's Gujarat. I am now told there is substantial compliance except TDS.
TDS. That will just pass an omnibus order.
Himachal Pradesh, the affidavit doesn't give us any information, fortunately. So far as
what is the position in Himachal?
Even
State of Himachal Pradesh में ऐसा लिखिए, the Chief Secretary and Finance Secretary of the State of Himachal Pradesh shall file a joint affidavit indicating compliance. Since as of date, who's appearing for the State of Himachal Pradesh?
अभी तो कुछ नहीं आ रहा ना।
उसमें दोनों है। Now.
So students, the wait is finally going to be over. NEET hearing will start in a while. I request you all to stay tuned and stay connected as and when NEET hearing will start. We will discuss all about it in detail in the live stream today. I understand that all of you would be waiting eagerly for the decision today. All the candidates as well as your families would be waiting for the final result on this, because the NEET paper leak revelation caused widespread concern among aspiring students who are aiming to take seat in medical and dental colleges this year. NEET is not only the entrance exam for MBBS and BDS courses admission, as it is all the scores of NEET exam is also used for admission to various other courses like Ayush courses, a few colleges of BSc nursing. So NEET altogether is a very big examination, as we saw that more than 23 lakh students appeared for the exam this time. So we understand, because the questions have been raised this time about fairness, transparency, and integrity of the entire NEET examination process. So let's wait a little more for the hearing to begin so that we all can see the final result today.
वही मीटिंग करेंगे लोग पता चलेगा तो सर सही बात है देखो उससे बात करता है मैसेज सॉरी आई गॉट पीसी अनमोल यू डोंट नीड टू कम और भी आया मेरा मैटर आ ही रहा था बड़े पहला प्रेजेंट हां वो भी है और
तो जल्दी हो गया था सब कुछ
3:30 तक आया
क्या तक पड़ेगा क्या करें
अरे तो ले लेते हैं यार पर अभी तो 500 तक है अरे जब ये तो ले लेते हेलो
कुछ करने की
साढ़े 9 से
वो कुछ करने की तुम्हारी कोई है तो प्रेजेंट होने देंगे
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, will you mention or you are any item number, sir? Item 3 and 4.
So
Fine.
item 3.
Fine, sir. Thank you so much.
So till the live streaming will begin and the hearing will start, let's talk about, or let's share an overview of what has happened so far. NTA, the National Testing Agency, is denying any illegalities in the NEET UG examination, relying heavily on a report from IIT Madras. IIT Madras prepared a detailed report on this matter. But the petitioners have said that NTA has tried to mislead the Supreme Court by filing an incomplete report of IIT Madras. The petitioners also stated that the report lacks comprehensive coverage. So the Supreme Court today will hear over 40 pleas on the NEET cancellations and petitions against NTA today. A day ago, the Apex Court asked all petitions against the NTA filed in high courts to be transferred to the Supreme Court to avoid any multiplicity. There were several irregularities, including paper leak, awarding of grace marks, 61 students scoring perfect marks in the NEET examination. And it raised questions against the medical entrance exam and the credibility of the NTA. NTA, National Testing Agency, conducts the entrance examination. Almost all the entrance examinations are being conducted by NTA. So now we should also talk about why did the IIT Madras report, what did the report lack? Out of 100 top 100 students, 61 students got 720 on 720 marks, but the report shows no abnormality. In 2022, if I talk about 2022 examination, only 350 students secured above 700 marks. And in 2024, it surged to 2,321. So there is a drastic inflation of 300 to 800% in the ranks. And I can completely understand the curiosity and the anxiety among all the NEET aspirants who are looking forward to take admission in the medical and dental colleges this year. You must be having a lot of queries in your mind. Some of you would have settled yourself with the ranks you have secured. So you would be looking forward for the admission process. You would be looking forward to get a seat in the best desired medical or dental college. While some of you must be upset with the result, but whatever the decision would be, and with all the things going on regarding the NEET examination, but I am sure that all the students would be looking forward for admissions. So if you have any queries, any questions regarding NEET counseling, we have also penned a Google form in the chat box. You can fill in that form. Our team is there to help you out. If you need any guidance regarding choice filling or any such guidance, our team is there. We would be there to help you with the NEET counseling guidance. And as I can see, the hearing has also begun. So let's watch the hearing and see what decision will come out today.
The parties would operate as a bar to invoke arbitration. Secondly, what is the scope and standard of that an application under Section 11, Clause 6 of the Act 1996 can be subjected to when a plea of accord and satisfaction is taken by the defendant. And thirdly, what is the effect of the decision of this court in interplay between arbitration agreements under the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1966 and the Indian Stamp Act 1899 on the scope of powers of the referral court under Section 11 of the Act 1996? Well, just quickly, what we have said is thus, even if the contracting parties, in pursuance of a settlement, agree to discharge each other of any obligations arising under the contract, this does not ipso facto mean that the arbitration agreement too would come to an end unless the parties expressly agree to do the same. The intention of the parties in discharging a contract by accord and satisfaction is to relieve each other of the existing or any new obligations under the contract. Such a discharge of obligations under the substantive contract cannot be construed to mean that the parties also intended to relieve each other of their obligation to settle any dispute pertaining to the original contract through arbitration. Although ordinarily no arbitrable disputes may subsist after execution of a full and final settlement, yet any dispute pertaining to the full and final settlement itself, by necessary implication, being a dispute arising out of, or in relation to, or under the substantive contract, would not be precluded from reference to arbitration, as the arbitration agreement contained in the original contract continues to be in existence even after the parties have discharged the original contract by accord and satisfaction. Our final conclusion is like this. The existence of the arbitration agreement as contained in clause 13 of the insurance policy is not disputed by the appellant. The dispute raised by the claimant being one of quantum and not of liability, prima facie falls within the scope of the arbitration agreement. The dispute regarding accord and satisfaction as raised by the appellant does not pertain to the existence of the arbitration agreement and can be adjudicated upon by the arbitral tribunal as a preliminary issue. For all the foregoing reasons, we uphold and affirm the appointment of Justice K. A. Pooj, former judge of the High Court of Gujarat, as an arbitrator to resolve the disputes between the parties. But what is important in this judgment is that we have clarified our earlier judgment in RE-NEET. The clarification starts from para 126. We have explained how RE-NEET should now be construed or understood, more particularly in light of this pronouncement. And what is important is, just one paragraph very quickly, we are running late. Thus, we clarify that while determining the issue of limitation in exercise of the powers under Section 11(6) of the Act 1996, the referral code should limit its inquiry to examining whether Section 11, subsection 6 application has been filed within the period of limitation of 3 years or not. The date of commencement of limitation period for this purpose shall have to be construed as per the decision in RE-NEET. As a natural corollary, it is clarified that the referral courts at the stage of deciding an application for appointment of arbitrator must not conduct an intricate evidentiary inquiry into the question whether the claims raised by the applicant are time barred and should leave that question for determination by the arbitrator. Such an approach gives true meaning to the legislative intention underlying Section 11, bracket 6, capital A of the Act, and also to the view taken in Ray interplay. That's how we have decided. Thank you. Very good. Hello. Okay.
May I just give a lot everybody else, please circulate emails, because once we breach the norm, then I cannot breach it only for seniors, and I have to do that for everybody else. It completely destroys the system which I have put in place. Everyone who has a request, please send me an email. I'll look at it by the afternoon today.
No, this is not a listing request. It's not a listing.
Anybody who does not have a listing request, some correction in an order, something is free to mention.
Probably there is. There's a matter coming tomorrow. We're asking the review today to be put with that tomorrow. That's a request.
That also has to go on an email. That's a listing.
I'll put in the email.
Listing, if it's on listing, please don't mention. Please put it in an email. I'll look at it in the afternoon today. I promise you I'll do that. The same thing. When was the impugned order passed? Right. 19th, right? So we'll list it tomorrow.
Your Lordship, I'm just
I'll
seeking
list it tomorrow.
permission.
Okay, but you could have also said it in an email. Sorry. Circulate a rejoinder.
Circulate a letter in tomorrow's matter listed at item 26, and for the respondent, this needs
Too
to
late now. We'll see tomorrow. Yes.
Because I'm mentioning a matter where I've already sent emails for us. But I've also sent
It will be
emails
dealt
this
with.
morning.
It will be dealt with.
This
could you
morning
just
also,
make
Mullah,
sure?
I'll meet the-
Sure, Balam.
It's very great.
Just a query, would your lordship be taking the part third income tax matter or?
Just
would your-
wait. I've just told the court master. We'll tell you in a minute. Yes.
I'm sorry, I just one request. There's an order that your lordship had passed last week, my lord. It's an arbitration petition. Lordship perhaps will recall, note, I had made a submission that the pendency or the reference to arbitration will not impact any criminal proceedings that we might initiate. Because our recollection is the Lordships had dictated that in court, my Lord, but it's perhaps not reflected in paragraph 3, my Lord.
No, your lordship,
We also said in the course of the discussion
Please note.
that an arbitration will never affect a criminal prosecution.
But I made that submission, I think,
All right, we
Your
don't
lordship
have to
had
put
made that
something, we don't have to put something, clarify something which is obvious.
very well.
So before we begin, what we're proposing to do is that we have the income tax partner group. NEET is above that today. We'll at least open the NEET matter and then we'll see what to do with the partner group. We'll hopefully start with the partner group, but it might just have to wait until we open the NEET matter because there's some urgency in the NEET matter. Children, all young students all over the country are waiting for the outcome of this matter. So, but we are not going to lose season of the income tax matter because we are now also mentally we are in the matter.
But may I suggest, since we have circulated something yesterday, it can be kept tomorrow also.
Let's at least open the NEET matter today because, let's see the matter.
Others can be discharged, etc. Many are procedural matters, item 4, etc.
So what we are doing is, bill number 1, for instance, is about bifurcating. We'll take up item 1. So it's bifurcating matters, etc. That will pass procedural directions.
For compliance like that, when your lordship.
Right, we'll just say yes.
Item 1 is not bifurcating. Item 1 is a batch of cases on fringe benefit tax.
Yes, the fringe benefit.
Come on, some other name. Yes. The bifurcation is the gaming matter, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Why is that listed for directions? Because item 1 is only the.
But there are two appeals.
All right, then item
transfer
1,
petitions.
right. The courtmaster says that, we have to pass the usual procedural direction for appointing nodal counsel so that they prepare one common compilation. So tell us who will be the nodal counsel.
That's right. Mr. I'll give my AOR's name to your lordship's bench, and one from the department. So 2 of us can be there.
Is
Give
there
by
a
lunchtime.
compilation for the department? Is there a compilation for the
Only
So now tell us for the petitioners, who will be the nodal counsel?
I can volunteer. Mr. Kunal Kishore can volunteer.
And what, since you've already prepared.
Anisha Karya have already our compilation.
And for the department, Mr. Venkatraman, are you appearing in the one? You are appearing. Who will be the nodal counsel there?
Mr. Divakar.
Mr. Divakar. So Ms. Manisha Karya and Mr. Divakar will be nodal counsel. Usual orders. And prepare one common compilation duly indexed with written submissions in terms of our last circular. And file it by what date will you file it? Mr. Datar, by what date will you file the compilation?
Your lordship is posting it in August, not or July.
We'll post it in August, so we'll give you enough time to file the compilation. You can file the compilation including written submissions by the 31st of July and we'll place it in August. All right, so that seal number 1 is over. That way, we have just one compilation, otherwise it becomes impossible to.
Item 2, the canon matter, the procedural direction now. It has to be a bench has to be constituted. The out of batch of matter.
So here also, can we have one compilation, please?
Yes,
Take into account, right? So who will be the nodal counsel?
I will.
Charanya will be the.
B. Chandrasekhar Bharti will be.
So. Charanya Lakshmi Kumar and Mr. B. Chandrasekhar Bharti. And can you prepare the submissions and compilation by 31st of July?
Definitely.
Then we'll keep it in the first week of August and we'll take this up because a lot of matters across India are dependent on this.
Pending.
Thousands.
Thing is, very much. Because this matter, the canon matter was passed by 3 judges.
Right.
Therefore, it has to be.
It has to be 3 judges. It will be before this regular bench.
Yes.
It will be before me and my 2 colleagues. So we are seized of the matter.
As it pleases.
I think 3 Google happen.
I appear for Google. Your lordship recalls
What we'll have to do is, are the compilations ready in Google?
Everything is done, but give dates in September.
Today, Mr. Shalvin, only because we have the NEET matter and literally lakhs of people in the country are waiting for the outcome of this matter.
In September, Malad, give dates in September.
Probably in the first week of September, so that we can complete.
A little later, I have the Indus Valley dispute before the notice next week in September.
Second week of September, Marathon.
After 15, Malad. After 15, any day.
Submissions have not been received, the court master says. So you'll have to email them.
That will make sure are sorted
All
out.
right, why don't you give us on the side of Mr. Sarve one nodal counsel?
Yes.
We have filed it. We filed it on the 3rd of October. We'll file it again. We'll send an email again. It's been filed.
All right, who's the nodal counsel on your side?
So Mr. Chandelier is the nodal counsel.
Mr. Shandila, and what about Mr. Venkatraman, your side?
Already said in
We've already appointed nodal counsel. All right, then make sure that is filed by the 31st of July. All right.
Yes.
Gaming matter.
This again, my lord, is the gaming matter.
Are these absolutely ready for the?
Union Madras has filed its counter. Lordships are directed.
Hello?
To be filed appointed nodal counsel that has not.
We can do it on a week. So we set down 31st of July for completing the filing of the compilation. Yes.
Maybe 15th August may be better, Malad, but
Anti-profiting batch we can exclude, but amongst gaming, no segregation, my lord. Everything has to be heard here. Agreed. My friend is right.
One second.
15th August may be better.
This exercise has been done in the registry.
Yes.
The gaming matters we've got separately listed and the anti-profiteering
Yes.
matters are separately.
Correct.
So
Lordship.
they have to be segregated. Now, what we will do is that the learned counsel can. This has been done by Charanya.
The list is made. Charanya has
I will look at it.
Just check it up now. Just immediately now.
All right, Ms. Charanya Lakshmi Kumaran, learned counsel appearing on behalf of the petitioners, some of the petitioners, has prepared a tabulated statement segregating into single inverted commas, gaming into inverted commas, matters from into single inverted commas, anti-profiteering matters. Full stop. The statement is reproduced below. Copy kar lijiye. Mr. N. Venkatraman, learned ASG, states that he will have this duly verified within the course of within a week. And intimate the registry in regard to whether he agrees on whether the statement reflects the correctness of the statement. Full stop. This may be communicated to the court master no later than by date on the email ID. The compilations are ready.
The counter was received by us in the writ petitions on Monday evening. So we need some time to file the
It has to be filed. That may be filed on or before 31 July 2024.
Lordship, some of the transferred matters, the councils indicated that they would also like to make written submissions when we checked with them. So they were waiting for direction.
All right. If any further written submissions are to be filed, including the transferred cases, they may be filed with the nodal counsel to the common compilation. So the written submission shall not exceed 5 pages each. Because
would your lordship set it down on 31st for directions?
Absolutely.
Would your lordship have it on 31st for directions, Manoj?
we'll have it on the 31st of July for direction. For the directions on the 31st, which is a Wednesday.
Lordship.
All right.
Directions.
We are segregating gaming and the
Anti-profit.
will be taken on
There's
separate.
no difficulty in segregating gaming and anti-profiting. No,
That's all.
within gaming is not acceptable.
That's
No,
all.
no.
So we are not asking for it.
No, somebody last time said game of skill should be segregated.
Mr. Venkatraman, now you're giving them ideas.
Yes, correct.
No games. Nobody is ready for novel.
All right. Now, so that covers 4, 19 and 20. So 31st of July, we'll keep it for direction.
Yes.
Just to ensure that everything is complete, then we list it immediately and here.
Obliged, obliged.
Lot.
Because this is for the gaming matter, now the counter, etc. we have prepared. For anti-profiting matters, there are no directions in terms of
The circular.
Right.
permission to
So for the
file.
anti-profiteering matters, we'll issue similar procedural directions, same nodal counsel,
Can be then.
same nodal counsel, same. And by 31st July, that process must be completed.
You can do
All
that.
right?
Publish it.
As it needs. Mr. Hegde, we'll now stand back the income tax matters. We are not adjourning it for the day, but in view of the importance of the NEET matters, we'll take up the NEET matters, because but all the other learned counsel may step aside and you can have a little time off, but we'll take up the income tax matter because we're not taking up any other heavy matter until we take up that. So NEET only because of the the social ramification, we thought we'll give priority to the NEET matter. All right, now,
They're all mixed up. 5, 7, 9 and all that.
now who's going to open the arguments in the NEET matters for the petitioners?
My lord, my item 5 is slightly on a different footing. I am showing not merely the leakage of the examinations, but I am showing the.
Because mine is the first matter wherein the.
Mr. Dwivedi, where are you appearing in this matter? That is pension matter. I think you are safe today because, you know, we are, if after this.
So this candidate is pending before Honorable High Court of Delhi. He has filed writ petition under 32 before this Honorable Court also, saying that I'll withdraw that. This is the third time consecutively where he is alleging that my OMR has been replaced, which is factually.
All right. That we will see what to do there, because that's not about the systemic issue, but about his own OMR sheet. There we may be who's appearing. Which one is that? Serial number?
Item 5. 514.
So five, why don't you do this? Go to the High Court. Whether your OMR sheet has been replaced or not, there is not a systemic issue.
High Court has already passed the judgments. High Court has refused to examine this issue. My lord, I had relegated.
So why have you filed a writ petition? You have to file an SLP then.
No, my lord, in 2020, I went before Honorable High Court on the directions of this Honorable Court.
But now High Court is held against you.
In 2021.
21 hoga, 20 hoga, 19 hoga,
Now,
23
my
hoga.
lord, since that.
But now tell us, what remedy do you have against the judgment of the High Court?
Against that, even if I come in SLP, my lord cannot grant me an admission. My lord, I am saying I reappear in the examination in the.
Fair enough. We'll entertain your writ.
Yes.
On one condition, that now then we will treat the order of the High Court as attained finality.
Yes.
So we will then hear your writ on the footing that the order of the High Court has attained finality. So you are taking a chance.
My lord, High Court
Because-
refused to examine the issues. That's the fact.
We'll see.
My
We'll see when the matter is called.
My lord, may I?
Mr. Ammutu, we are seized of the matter. We know how important it is. It's about our own retired judges. But we have the NEET matter today, so we'll give priority to the NEET matter today. We just indicated to Mr. Dwivedi, we'll try and accommodate it sometime next week, so we'll take it up immediately. We'll just give me a little time, so I'll just in the evening discuss the board position with the court master, and then we'll take it because we have to take it up.
My lord, I'm here for item number 6. I have the same prayer that my OMR sheet was replaced and the.
All right, let the matter open up now. If everybody just keeps on giving your individual time, who's going to open the hearing or open the argument?
Mine is the first matter, my lord, where they have filed their responses.
So we'll hear Mr. Huda first.
Yes, my lord, I'll supplement whatever he's.
All right, and then we'll hear the solicitor.
Your lordship had an occasion to go through the second status report.
Yes,
We
we have seen the second
Now
stage.
there is something is crystal.
You've seen the second stage.
Yesterday it was.
Yes, I saw it in the morning today. After the day.
Please.
Both my learned brothers have seen the second stage.
Please, lordship. No.
Okay. 1 minute. I'll get to the first. My lord, in item 5, may I please request that the first pair is, my lord, that
You're not arguing it. You have somebody before you who is to argue his matter.
there is item 7 and item 5, I am making the request.
But which is the lead there? Which is the lead matter? Are you prepared to argue the whole matter on the leak, etc.?
So I'm on not on the legal aspect, my lord.
Then why are you interrupting the flow of the proceedings, you know? Allow somebody who is arguing the main matter to take charge, right? We'll hear you at the end, no problem.
Please, lordship. Lord, 2-3 things at the outset, Lord. As per my lord's direction, CBI was supposed to file their status report. Filing, we understood it will be filed and it will be supplied to us. And that was the direction.
All 2 forms. only problem is this.
Pardon?
The only problem is this today. I mean, I'm all for transparency. In fact, this is not a sealed cover procedure. Let me be very clear. But today an investigation is going on.
Correct. I
Right?
follow that.
If what CBI has told us in the course of the investigation is revealed, probably the investigation will get scuttled because people will become wise on what are the leads which have emerged in the course of the investigation. So that's the only thing.
I bow down straight away. My only, you see, the intervention in between will be causing problem.
So what we would like you to do, Mr. Huda, is
Please.
you have to, redaction is not possible in these kind. If it's redacted, then it'll have nothing of it'll have nothing of substance. You will have to show us, prima facie on the basis of your submissions, that the leak is so systemic and has affected the entire examination process across the country that we must cancel the examination and direct a fresh examination to be held.
Yes.
That is the area where we want to hear you. And then we hear the learned solicitor in response to that.
I will assess this honorable court
Then,
of that area.
just 1 second. The second, we have some ideas also on what we are going to post to the solicitor thereafter.
Please, Lord.
We would like you to assist us on assuming, if we accept your wider submission that you must have a fresh, neat examination, then that's what you exactly want. Suppose in the alternative, after hearing you both, we are not with you. Then we would like you to also assist the court on which are the further lines of investigation, what are the lines of investigation which must be carried out, in the sense that which are the specific issues which must be investigated. So we would like your assistance on both, the other than alternate argument.
Yes, but that alternative argument has also come in my supplementary note, which I circulated yesterday.
Okay, we'll
In the
take that.
same matter, I have suggested that this is the line of investigation should be conducted to unearth this entire controversy.
All right, then we'll look at that. Later on, we'll read it with you.
At the outset, Lord, I was flagging my handicap in Lord, I'm assisting. I'm not saying that. But the handicap I have in assisting this honorable court in this leak matter, one, they have not declared the entire result. They have declared the result of 100 people. And my assistance is information gathered from here and there. UPSC, Lord, in IAS exam, they declared the result of entire people. At least they should have declared the result of this 1 lakh people who get admission, first 50,000 in the medical colleges.
Just one
And
second.
the two handicaps, Lord, may kindly notice, I will have in the course of my assistance to this honorable court.
First 50,000. How many seats in the government medical colleges?
56,000. And Lord, everybody clamor for these first 56,000. Even the people below 56,000 may be willing to go for a re-examination.
And how many in the private medical colleges?
52,000. 56 and 52. That is 1,08,000. Now, Lord, if re-exam happens, literally it is, if all of them do not want re-examination, the total number is 1,08,000 people, not 23 lakh people. The remaining 22 lakh people
Have not got admission at all.
have not got admission. So they
Except
are willing.
Except for the fact that if some people have wrongly got into the 1,08,000 category,
That's right.
then somebody below the 1,08,000 can legitimately get into that 1,08,000.
Correct. That's right. So, but in fact, the balance is this 1 lakh. If all of them 1 lakh don't want re-examination, this 1 lakh on one side and 22 lakh on the other side who would like to take a chance in view of the this examination is marred by controversy. All 22 lakh would like to have a second chance.
That argument,
Yes, that
Mr. Huda,
argument-
there's a problem. Forget the question of leak in this matter. Merely because, say, out of 22 lakh, 1,08,000 only have got admission or would get admission. And therefore, you are left with, say, about 20 lakhs, 22 lakh students who would want to take a chance. We cannot order a re-examination merely because they want to take a
That's
chance.
right. But I just wanted,
Re-examination.
I just wanted to
Re-examination
dispel.
has to be on a concrete footing, that the sanctity of the entire examination has been
I
broken.
bow down. I just wanted to dispel an impression that the stake in the re-examination is of lakhs of people. No, the stake is of 1,08,000 people. I will have to set up, demonstrate conclusively that we cannot segregate tainted from the untainted. In Tanvi Sabharwal case and the judgment authored by Malone clearly says in Tanvi Sabharwal's case, the finding was we have identified 44 candidates out of 6 lakhs. The remaining we are not able to identify. So we cannot permit even 10 people.
So Huda, I think, you need not labor that point because you're absolutely right on that.
I'm so great.
That if you can, as a conceptually, that if you can establish that it is not possible to segregate the tainted from the untainted, then the whole examination has to go. Because those basic, you can of course show those authorities briefly to us at a certain point. But when we have looked at the facts, but before we go into the authorities, we want you to address the core of the facts before us.
So, my lord, I will try to first summarize my case and then elaborate.
All right.
So that my lord has an idea what I am saying.
You can summarize that. My brother Justice Pardiwala would like to know, out of 1,08,000, totally how many petitioners are before the court?
Lord, it is NTA can say, my lord.
NTA, 38 petitions. Now, you're for NTA, no? Okay.
38.
Transfer petitions filed by the NTA, my lord.
So 38 petitions includes the 6 transfer petitions or transfer
The
petitions?
petitions before this honorable court would include the 6 transfer petitions
All
filed
right.
by the NTA. So
But
32 petitioners, 32
No,
petitions.
Our question is little. How many?
So,
8,000.
I represent 10. I'm from.
How many are asking
We can
for?
supported by 43.
I do not know how many, at least 100, the candidates
All right.
called us individually, but who have not
I
petitioned.
think they have a figure. 108. Mr. Kaushik, if you can just ask somebody, any of your team from the NTA, to just do this physical exercise of telling us even at lunch or after lunch, how many total students are involved in the matters before not involved, but how many students have moved the court in this batch of cases?
Lords, with utmost respect, my lords, that may approximately 108 are seeking reconduct of the
The
examination.
council,
50.
108 who are seeking re-exam are amongst 1,08,000.
No,
Yes, yes. No.
no, they'll be outside 1,08,000.
We are outside 108. They plan to be. They
Because 1,08,000 would get, they have succeeded.
They are not seek re-examination at all. I represent.
So all those who have not been able to
Yes,
clear.
yes. Some people within 108 or also before your lordship, because they say
They will not get into government medical.
they will not get into government, they will get into it.
In my paper,
Seeking re-examination.
700. In my lab, there are 5 candidates. One of them.
Now in charge, unless we ask a question to some other council, the others may not interrupt because otherwise, our line of thinking is also affected. And he is deflected also. He has a thought process in some matter, yes.
They are selected, but they are not in the. I'm on those side, ma'am.
Also, Brother Mishra had a point. What is the minimum mark which has been received by the petitioners before the court? You need not give us an offhand answer. Just do it at lunch and tell us.
My lord, can I have one thing, my lord? In 5 petitioners in my petition, my lord. One is having, my lord, 700. Another is having 600.
How will we be able to just wait for a minute? Let's have the conceptual basis of the matter. We can't go in individual facts like this. Let's have the concept very clear before us, and then we can see where the balance lies. Yes, Mr. Ola. We'll hear you. We're not going to run away. We are here to hear you and do justice to the matter.
Qualifying marks are 164.
And this exercise, there are 131 students who are not falling within 1,08,000.
and they are paying for retest.
131 students.
130. And petitioners, and there are 254 who are falling within 1,08,000. They are opposing them. Not that statistics can assist your lordship either way, but factually this is the position.
So 131 students beyond 1,08,000 who want a retest, and
254, they are in the form of IAs, not for implement,
Who are opposing?
for opposing the retest. They fall within 1,08,000.
The figures may not always be right, my lords, because I represent somebody who falls within.
Yes, that's true.
And whose rank is about 2009. But, my lords, we'll work out the figures in common with Mr. Godhra.
now tell us also what is the cutoff rank for the 56,000 and for the 1,08,000.
May just one clarification, conceptually. Anybody who is above the 50th percentile qualifies, in the sense that if somebody above them also does not go into medicine, goes into IIT, for instance, there will be a figure. So passing is 164. Passing is 164, but admission is a dynamic process, may stop at 1 lakh, may stop at 1,50,000. And depending on the particular quota or reservation or whatever is available. 164 is the cutoff mark. 164 means that you are above the 50th percentile. So about half the people have a qualification to be allotted a seat, but not everybody will be allotted a seat. So it's a dynamic process. There is 1,08,000 seats available. Some of them may not opt for medicine, some may go into IIT, this, that, and the other. The figure will come down. And also depending on whether you have a reserved category or something. So it is not, so it is dynamic, but roughly say, I think the last figures will stop at 2.5 lakhs, rank-wise. That's
Well, let's hear Mr. Huda now. Yes, Mr. Huda.
So, my lord, I'm
You
starting.
can summarize your case, you said.
Yes, I'll just summarize, but it will give me a space. Lord, I'm starting with a handicap. I do not have the result. Because of that, I cannot have the data analytics, which the state has placed, NTA has placed on record, giving the bell curve. And Lord, one of the director of IIT Madras is a member of the governing body of NTA. They have run the data analytics process, taking the entire number of 23,33,000 candidates who sat in the examination. If data analytics is to be run to 23,33,000 people, at what stage 10,000 or 20,000 people have sneaked into it? This data analytics running into half a page, which every dot means thousands of people. You cannot detect any abnormality when you draw a bell curve, which is based on 23,33,000. The correct procedure, if at all they were doing it, the correct procedure was to apply this process to 1,08,000 people. The first 1 lakh people in 2021, 22, 23, and 24. Probably the curve would have been able to catch 1,000, 2,000 people going up and down. Now even 1%
is into thousands of candidates. This honorable court has not tolerated, even if it comes to a conclusion that 1,000 people have entered into the system of this 1 lakh, which we are not able to detect. This examination cannot be sustained.
Well, that's one aspect about what IIT Madras has done. Now, what about how do you develop? Now you can develop the basic case that you have.
I'm demonstrating that IIT Madras can't be relied upon.
Because they have taken the entire body of 21.33 lakhs.
That's right.
And according to you, that data analytics should have been done on the restricted figure of 1,08,000 and compare that with 2021, 22 and 20.
So great. And Lord, the governing body member is the of NTA is the director IIT Madras. There is a conflict of interest. Lord.
No, but therefore, you take it, I mean, what is at the highest, what does that lead to? Your argument is that the data analytics has been done by NTA itself.
Correct.
It can't be higher than that.
And apply.
That's because the director of IIT Madras is also on the governing body of NTA.
That's right.
Actually, he's not.
He's not there.
He's present in the court in my request. He says he's not on the board of directors of NTA.
Oh, I see.
He was an outsider who's without expertise.
But anybody from IIT Madras who is on the governing body of NTA?
He was. Somebody else was.
Was means in the past.
In past.
Today, IIT Madras has nobody from IIT Madras in NTA.
When was that password when he exited?
But the director who has prepared this report.
Mr. Solicitor, just sit for a second and ask them what the position is so that you can have a seat.
Where you a member of NTA? That's is not the way it is done. Please don't put it.
I've not attended any board, not your
Member. He's not a member. Any other person who is a member.
I'm not confident. What's the previous guy?
When?
I said now,
So now the claim is that IIT Madras reports cannot be relied upon. As the governing body member of NTA, was the governing body member of NTA was the director of IIT Madras. So now NTA is saying that somebody else from IIT Madras was there, but he was a member in the past. Let's see what would be the exact situation now. To summarize, Mr. Huda has said that they do not have the entire results.
Subject to further verification. But the IIT, whichever IIT organizes JEE examination, IIT JEE for selection, the chairman of that examination committee is ex officio member in NEET. NT. But the office, the director who has prepared this report is not the member. Some Mr. Gopal.
Now, IIT JEE for 2024 was held by IIT Madras or who else?
In IIT Madras, he is the chairman of that IIT JEE examination committee, but he deputed somebody to attend meetings of NT.
Oh, I see.
He ex officio is there to use his expertise.
So I'll just take it down. IIT JEE for 2024
Was conducted by IIT Madras.
Yes.
And the chairman of IIT who conducts IIT JEE, ex officio is a member of NTA.
And what role does NTA have in regard to the IIT JEE?
Nothing.
There's no.
He is not
I just asked the director.
NTA conducts JEE.
So the actual NTA, the actual IIT JEE mains are conducted by NTA.
Yes.
Oh, I see. So IIT Madras would only set the papers or what happens?
No, they would conduct the examination. Advanced they conduct JEE, mains is conducted by NT.
So mains is conducted by
NTA.
NTA. That's like the preliminary exam. The mains.
Advanced.
No. Advanced is only IIT.
May final.
This is only for IIT. Whosoever is intended to get admission in IIT, they opt for the advanced. Otherwise, all other.
Yeah, only the admissions are on the basis of IIT JEE mains. And IIT JEE advanced. NTA doesn't conduct that. So IIT JEE advanced is conducted by whom?
NTA.
No.
IITs.
IITs or one IIT?
One IIT. It is conducted by IITs. One become the organizing IIT. This year it was IIT Madras.
Okay, so like the class.
Yes.
So this year, the IIT JEE advanced, the organizer was IIT Madras.
Correct. And he has gone into city-wise as well as center-wise analysis.
Now, when you said that the chairperson of IIT JEE is the ex officio member of MTA, of the government, is ex officio a member of the governing body?
The governing body has no correlation with the activities of the conduct of the exam.
So the IIT JEE, the chairperson. So this time, who was the chairperson?
I think this time
He was the chairperson. He deputed one Mr. Gopal Krishnan to attend the meetings on his behalf.
No, but who was the chairperson? The director of IIT Madras was the chairperson?
Because IIT Madras was the organizing body.
So IIT Madras was the organizing body both for the mains as well as the advanced, or only for advanced?
The advanced. Mains was conducted by
NDA.
By us.
Entirely. But IIT Madras's director was an ex officio member of the
governing body, which is a kind
of
of
NTA. Of NTA. And is he an ex officio member only for this year or generally?
He would be whichever IIT conducts the exam.
For that year, he becomes a member of the government. All right, I got it.
But I must tell your lordships, my lord, that what is placed in the report is, my lord, for say city-wise spread of top
So
100 rankers.
this time the director IIT Madras would be ex officio a member of the ITA, but he had deputed somebody else on his behalf to attend the meeting.
One Professor Gopal Krishna. Lord, and I have city-wise and center-wise.
That I'm explaining.
But deputed professor or doctor?
Gopal Krishna. Professor Gopal Krishna. But if my learned friend is going on the question of bias, that may not help here. I have sat with him, my lord, I have examined everything which he has done. Yeah, I can show it to your lordships, and but it is city-wise, center-wise, and at the national level.
Yes, my lord.
Just so that there is no.
That can indicate when your turn comes. All right, now tell us.
Without showing the document, my lord, that city-wise and center-wise, the first table is, my lord, the bell curve of 23,000 people. 23 lakh people. The second table is city-wise top ranker analysis, the top 100, how top 100s are spread over across the cities. Then there is a table which gives
Can we do this, Mr. Huda, to understand your submission? Can we just look at the report of IIT Madras?
Yes,
They have
I
recorded?
straight away demonstrated.
Let's go straight there because
Yes,
let us first understand what they have done.
Yes, that's great. Lord, may kindly see the reply filed by them on 10th of July.
Just one second. Seal number kaun sa hai bhai? Union of India.
Additional affidavit dated 10th of July filed on behalf of respondent number 2. Lord.
58 dated 10th of July.
Correct, Lord. That's right. Lord, this is respondent number 2. Annexure A. Lord. Page 12.
Hey, page 950 तो है ही नहीं बोलता. It's analysis of the 17 candidates or no?
Lord, this annexure is data analytics of NEET UG 2024. Annexure A.
Not, it may be part of the petition filed by Shivangi Mishra. Item
Shivangi Mishra.
That was the first.
Yes.
Yes, it is in Shivangi Mishra's case, Miller, because they didn't file it in my case.
Yeah, we got it.
But copies are served.
Yes,
That is
copies are.
report from IIT Madras, pages 12 to 18. Let's see that.
Yes, now, you see, and at page 12 is the, there's an executive summary given on page 1. And then, the charts. Executive summary, indicates they have gone all the way to explain, if I can read it, the executive summary.
Yes.
Marks distribution follows the bell-shaped curve, which is witnessed in any large-scale examination.
Just one second.
Yeah. Executive summary, short summary. Marks distribution follows bell-shaped curve that is witnessed in any large-scale examination, indicating no abnormality. City-wise and center-wise analysis done for 2 years, 23-24, to find out if there are any abnormal indication. Analysis is carried out for the top 1.4 lakh ranks, given that the total number of seats across the country is around 1.1 lakh. This analysis is granular enough to indicate any abnormality had a large number of students gotten into high rank top 5% due to malpractice, or if students from a particular exam center or city were benefited. The analysis show that there is neither any indication of mass malpractice nor a localized set of candidates being benefited leading to abnormal scores. I would say this is beyond their brief, what they are stating here. D, there is an overall increase in the marks obtained by students E part. There is an overall increase in the marks obtained by students, specifically in the range of 550 to 720. This increase is seen across the cities and center. This is attributed to 25% reduction in syllabus. That's not their for them to say. In addition, the candidates obtaining such high marks are spread across multiple cities and multiple centers, indicating very less likelihood of malpractice. Lord, if I can take just one moment here. NTA, the Government of India, in their reply is talking that they're attributing two reasons for this exponential inflation in the marks. Two reasons are there is 22 to 25% syllabus reduction and hence the inflation. Two, increase in candidates. Nowhere there is a whisper that there was increase in the syllabus that we have placed on record. If not more, at least corresponding. So, if I can say so, the reply is not giving a full disclosure for oblique reasons. If they are talking about deleting the syllabus, they should simultaneously talk about increase also. At least they should disclose it. I will show the increase part of the syllabus. So there is an increase and decrease both. But this IIT Madras is talking about 25% reduction. Probably they are not given the papers that there is an increase also. And why IIT Madras will not?
Let's look at the data.
Yes. Now kindly see the first table. This table is for 23 lakh people. They say it is a bell shape. And any large examination will have a similar kind of a shape. And hence, there is no red flags. Now, starting from extreme right, where 720, now it is going up to the marks. Now, at every stop, there are thousands and thousands of people. This one line, which encapsulates about 24 lakh people, cannot give them any abnormality if 10,000 have gotten into this system through a back door and there is an inflation. Inflation is admitted, leak is admitted. They are trying to justify it that it should be the same curve, and it is the same curve. So this is no indication that there is no abnormality. That is my respectful summation. Because of the data is too large, which can't be caught. Granular variations can't be seen with this large data.
Yes.
Now, will kindly see the next table. They say the city-wise top ranker analysis. Plot of the marks obtained versus number of candidates for all the candidates who took the examination. Similar analysis was carried out by NTA for every city, and the results followed the same distribution. This was verified by IIT Madras team. This further strengthens our view that there was no major abnormality. There can be abnormality, but there is no major abnormality which can be caught by this system if this Python software is run through 24 lakh students' data. Now, what we can see center-wise top ranker analysis, which they say that there are city-wise. There are 571 cities. They say first top 100 are evenly spread, and then the data they give is only with regard to 17 students. Bangalore, Karnataka 5, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh 4, Kota, Rajasthan 3, Tamil Nadu 3, Patna, Bihar 2. Total is 17. Why are they shying away? If they have run it for top 100, they should give for top 100. That will include Hardayal School, Bahadurgarh, which had 8 candidates from the same center. Now, they are leaving us in darkness because they have the data, we do not have a data. So whatever they are saying, we are trying to analyze and find that is it correct or not. Now, the same story runs through all their tables. Can you see the next table?
Yes, I can give, there is no difficulty. Just to
all right. I'll read the narration also.
Only a minute. Just to give the context, this chart shows that out of students who got first top 100, and we are not counting those 1563. Please don't count them because they become a separate class.
My only limited objective is why send only for 17 people? Why don't they give a data for 100?
I'm answering that. Please allow me to. If you listen to it. In Bengaluru, just to show the difference, in 23 there was 1, here it is 5. Maximum in India, the city which got 100 the ranker is 5 in Bengaluru, Lucknow 4, Kota 3, Namakkal 3, Patna 2. Rest are 10101.
But do you have the breakup of the top 100 ranks?
Yes.
Top 100 ranks. If you can give us what cities do they come from? Because we have now got the data for the 17, 5 and 4, 9 and 3, 12 and 15 to 17.
Rest would be 10101.
You can just give us in a chart, you can set it out and give it to us and give it to the others also. And if we take the top 100, which are the cities from which they are?
Our counter affidavit at page 118, we have shared the 100 side also, and we have placed it.
Just give it to us separately right now. You have it right now, just give it to us.
Separately to connected to our counter affidavit.
Where is it? You just page
your counter.
Page number 118.
Okay,
Counter of NTA.
Right. So
Vanshika, yes, sir. One minute. Yes. So, कहाँ से बने?
So, 91.
Yes, right to 91 places, but these 5 are top. Bangalore has maximum students, 5 who are in the first 100. Rest would be 101010, etc.
We said 950. A bit on behalf of NTA?
Yes, 118 and next year R90.
A19.
R90. PDF page 121.
121.
PDF 120.
Hey, 121 is some Vakalatnama.
Annexure.
Analysis of top 100 can be.
R90.
Counter affidavit on behalf of NTA?
additional affidavit of NTA.
Additional affidavit of NTA.
The petition number would be petition 335 of 2000.
Correct, correct. So one Vinod Kumar Sahu is the deponent?
Yes.
Right, got it. There we have got the annexure A1 is a performance analysis of 17 candidates of Patna, Bihar.
Yes.
A2 is copy of screenshots of messages.
Correct. Same.
Now, which is the chart that you're referring?
118. But in the entire country, the analysis of top 100 candidates.
Oh, where is that actually?
Uh,
That exactly, my lord, annexure
118, my lord, annexure 19, R19.
118. Page number 118 होगा.
Additional. It's continuous page PDF 2070. 1070.
In London, there is no top ranker. But this is the addition. Sound. Not hundreds and others.
So now what Mr. Huda has pointed out that there are 571 cities and the toppers are evenly spread.
But here, center-wise toppers for all 100.
Right. So first is Guntur.
That's it.
But can your lordships come to 121?
Yes, we got it.
We have 121.
Yes.
Please see Lucknow.
See which one?
Lucknow, my lord. Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, my lord. Left hand side, first column, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. 2, 1, 1. Your lordship gets, my lord? Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh is the state. Lucknow is the city. And SDSN Mahavidyalaya is the center. From that center, out of 100, 2 candidates fall into our 100, first 100. Then in Lucknow, Loyola International, 1 student. And Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow Central Academy, 1 student. Total up to 4. And therefore, in the report of the IIT Madras, they mentioned Lucknow as 4.
Lord, may at the same page, Lord, may kindly see at page 120, there are 9 people, 8 people from Jaipur, which they have not captured in the table. Kindly see the Jaipur, my lord. Page 120. Jaipur alone has, my lord, 9 people.
Sir.
They have captured 2. They have not captured 9.
You're right. 1, 2, 3,
Nine.
4,
It is
5,
9.
6, 7, 8. 9 probably.
No, 8 seconds.
7 people from Bihar, my lord, in this.
Uttar Pradesh, we get 2 and 1, 3 and 1, 4.
Yes.
That 3 from Lucknow, 2 from Noida. Lucknow 4. Lucknow 4, no?
But the purpose is to show that they are spread over. That in Lucknow, there are only 4 out of total 23 lakhs who appear. But just to show that if there would have been any
if they are giving
stage or malpractice,
Mulad, if
in
they are
one
giving-
center, there will be a spike. That's the intention.
Bihar, there are 7, right?
Yes.
Bihar, they are, yes, Mulad. Hmm?
Six. State-wise, Bihar, there are 7,
Yes,
right?
yes, Mulad.
Then Haryana, how many? Gujarat, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Haryana, Haryana 3, 4, Haryana 4, Mulad. And Lord, may kindly notice Haryana 4 is in a situation, if I can be given a moment here. There
Yes.
was one Hardyal school in Bahadurgarh where 8 people were from the same center. And the story of that center is, Lord, the paper distributed in that center, 500 odd students, was taken from Canara Bank. Paper was
That is a different
distributed-
issue. Let us-
That's a different issue, but I'm showing it. It has a relevance.
But Haryana, there are 4. There are 4 in the top 100.
Lord, there were 6 people in the top, which are not even they are not there now. Because what happened, Milord, in Bahadurgarh, Milord, that's one other glaring thing I just want to state here. NTA never disclosed it. That in Hardyal school, Jhajjar, the question paper taken from Canara Bank was distributed. That paper was taken. There was absolutely no delay in distribution of paper. The principal of the school is on record on YouTube. Even here it can be shown. She says that we collected paper from SBI as well as Canara. Ultimately, the instructions came that you distribute paper from. Allow me to state it. Allow me.
It's a different issue. We will not see
That which you have never disclosed on affidavit till now. And I will demonstrate it. But that's a very clinching issue, which they are getting agitated on. That. Paper taken from SBI as well as Canara both. The paper was distributed, which is taken from Canara Bank. The entire country was giving the paper taken from SBI, but Hardyal School, Bahadurgarh, paper was given, distributed, and ultimately full time was given and paper was taken on the basis of Canara Bank. Answer.
That's all. Like we should call it from.
Now, Lord, what happened is, just if I can complete it, what happens is the principal says that after about 40 minutes, I conveyed it that we were told Canara Bank and now these students are attempting Canara Bank question paper. Then the instructions to her was that, all right, if it's already 40 minutes, so let them do Canara Bank. They did Canara Bank. Ultimately, what they did not disclose it to anyone, but they gave grace marks to everyone in that school. And because of those extra marks, 6 people got 720 out of 720. 2 students from the same center got 718 and 719. Thereafter, Lord, this was a grace marks given.
Of course, thereafter a fresh examination was held.
No, Lord, Lord, that is impinging upon the entire system they have. Now, initially, they arbitrarily gave grace marks for which they were not entitled to at all. Now, this is how they have given grace marks across the country. There was absolutely no justification because they have not come clean on that. Here, they should have said, in Bahadurgarh, a different paper was given. That is why we are holding a re-exam. Fine. First, they said that there was a delay in distribution of paper. There was a loss of time and hence grace marks. When they were caught in this court, then they appeared before the Honorable Other Coordinate Bench and said, now we are having a re-examination. So please do not go into how we gave the grace marks to this 1,561 people. I'm sorry, 1,563. So the question that how they gave grace marks to 1,563 people on account of loss of time has not been examined by this Honorable Court. They, in their reply, they say that the issue stand resolved because we have had a re-exam. My question is, Lord, that how in the first instance they identify 1563 like the center in Bahadurgarh, and to hush up the matter they say we have a re-exam. Now, my lord, if it was on account of loss of time, they should have given opportunity to everybody in the country. That wherever there is a
Mr. Huda, that is again finality. Our board dismissed that, our board has upheld the re-examination. Initially, they decided to give, grace marks to everybody. That was, when that was done, there were representations, they said. They told us last time that there were representation. Thereafter, they decided to revoke that because a fresh committee was appointed and they decided to have a re-examination. Is that correct?
my respectful submission, I may have to interrupt here only for a moment, my lord.
Later.
Lord, my submission is, my lord, this. In the first instance, they indulged into pick and choose for identifying 1563. One classic example is of Bahadurgarh. Then, Lord, nobody knows how they picked up 1563. And re-examination, Lord, the people who were not entitled to get this chance again, got the chance again. And out of this, Lord, number, out of the total, out of 1563.
Out of 1563, how many make it into the 1,08,000?
Yes, Lord, that's an interesting question. They have not disclosed. But out of 15,
Tell us. That's the proof of the pudding is in that.
Yes.
Out of the 1563 who got the retest, how many actually have made it?
Lord, which included 8 top ranker from
That's
one center.
We'll find us answer to that.
Now, Lord,
see, I've done now the top 100. These cities, the petition. Oda, when you were arguing, I've just from that top 100, I've done an analysis. The maximum from the states, you said they had disclosed data only for 5 states, 4 or 5 states. Now, Andhra Pradesh got 7 in the top 100. Bihar 7. Gujarat 7. Just check this up. Ask your team to check it up. I've just done it manually. Andhra Pradesh 7. Bihar 7. Gujarat 7. Haryana 4. Delhi 3. Karnataka 6, Kerala 5, Maharashtra 12, Punjab 6, Rajasthan 19, Tamil Nadu 8, UP 6, and West Bengal 5. So it appears that this spread in the top 100 marks is distributed across the country.
Look,
This covers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 states, and 12 states and 1 UT.
That's right. On this 1563, I just want to point out one fact. The people who got re-examination opportunity,
It is
out of them
95 centers.
73
100
did not pass the basic marks in the
100 candidates. Our affidavit, my lord, says first 100 candidates was analyzed and it has been reported that they are distributed across 95 centers located in 56 cities within 18 states and UT of them. 69, my lord, in Vanshika Yadav.
What have you said? That the first 100.
First, in this regard, just read, my lord. It is submitted that allegation of the petitioner that number of students scoring high marks are only from certain center is completely unsubstantiated. In this regard, the result of top 100 candidates was analyzed and it has been reported that they are distributed across 95 centers located in 56 cities.
Yes.
Within 18 states or UTs of the country. This diverse distribution highlights the widespread participation and competitive spirit among students from different regions and educational backgrounds.
Mr. Huda,
This is not
on the other aspects. But if you look at, as they say, first 100 candidates are distributed in 95 centers in 56 cities in 18 states. Apart from that, as we said, the maximum we have taken in students, at least 5 or more per state. 5 or more per state. We find that distribution in 12 states and 1 union territory. With the highest being Maharashtra, which is, Rajasthan 19, followed by Maharashtra 12, followed by Gujarat and Bihar 7, and Karnataka 6.
Yes, good.
For us, my lord,
67, the 67 students.
yes, they,
Who secured 720 out of 720.
they are also, my lord, reduced now because of the re-examination.
Now tell us, originally 67 students got
720 out of
720 out of 720.
yes.
Now, how many of those were in these? I think 17 were in that 1563, no?
Yes. No, no,
44.
How much? 44?
He reduced.
Blood, they are reduced.
7 were there.
Blood,
I
got
gave-
reduced,
Yes.
Got reduced to 61 because of the exam at Hazaribagh. And it's 44 we are attributing to the aspect of one question paper in which 2 options were marked correct. As a result whereof, it's 44 candidates got the benefit of extra 4 marks, making it 7 and 20. If those 44 are removed, then toppers in the entire country are only 17.
So 44 students got the benefit of the grace marks.
Yes. Yes,
Not grace marks, full marks for when there was an error in the NCERT book contained the wrong answer.
So there were 2 correct answers. Yes, that's what. Let's see here.
So anybody who gave either the NCERT answer or the actually correct answer was given graded as correct.
If they are removed,
They were 44.
yes, because they will otherwise get minus, because this is a negative marking system.
Because you didn't go by the NCERT, your booklet didn't go by the NCERT answer, but what was truly the correct answer? They said that, look, the earlier edition of the NCERT book had also this answer.
Now,
So you treated both as correct answers,
yes,
and those are 44 students.
and total, my lord, are otherwise 17, which in a multiple choice question, my lord, framework is possible in the out of.
So now, as it stands, 61 students across India get 720 out of 720 today.
Yes.
Out of which 44 students have got the benefit of that one question where there were two correct answers were treated as the correct, 2 options were treated as correct answers. That's 17 not balance 17 really. If 44 are
As a real term.
100% student.
No expectation.
Now tell us one thing, out of these 61 students who have now got 720 out of 720, or let me put it this way, in the top 100, are there any cases where students have changed their centers? In the entire exam, Mr. Kaushik, how many students changed their centers in the entire exam? 23 lakhs. We'll go step by step. In the 23 lakh, total number of students who appeared were 23.33 lakhs. How many students had changed their centers out of the 23.33 lakhs?
The center allotment is only on 2 aspects, only two factors. One is permanent city and the current city residence. We do not give any specific option with regard to the change of center. If the correction window is opened up, in that the field may be changed by the candidates, which will not come to our knowledge.
So that will be permanent or the current city?
Yes, only 2 options. If many,
So once you are registered, you can't change your center.
that's what they do is, in the name of corrections, some students change the center also, correcting the, parameters or the fields of the application form. We give correction window for some time. During that process, only the possibility of change of center,
But you will never know it.
no minutes. That also has to be on the basis of the address.
But you don't have the fields which are originally filled in by the student and the corrected field.
But so far, as of now, the system doesn't catch that.
So we don't know how many students actually changed their centers when the window for correction was open.
You know the correct number of the students who utilized the reopening of the window, in which 15,000 students utilized the correction model for the purpose.
No, one second. No, one second. 15,000 students utilized the window which was kept open for making corrections in their applications.
We have
Now, of the 15,000, how many had corrected the field of the center?
they shy away from.
One second.
I'm sorry. Yes. For that, that they should open this window. Rajasthan High Court
Window to correct the fields. The window to correct the field. How many days was that window kept open?
2 days only.
What are the days?
9th and 10th of April.
9 and 10?
Not for correction. This is not for correction, my lords.
One second. We'll ask them.
It's actually incorrect.
1 second. Mr. Kaushik, the window to correct the fields. How many days and when was that?
24. List of dates. On 8th of April, a lot of page 99 of the page. 99. Correction.
Now tell us one more thing. The candidate, when the candidate fills in the application form online, does the candidate have to fill in the city or center?
City.
City only. Center is allotted by NTA, by the computer. So what they can change is the city, right? Okay. So if a candidate has, say, filled in Guwahati, that candidate during that window can change it from Guwahati to Lucknow.
Yes.
But no candidate can decide on the center. Is that correct? Centers are allotted only by NTA. Just check, is that correct?
By computer system or
By the computer system.
Center allotment is only 2 days or 3 days before the its exact date of exam. So nobody would come to know which center is going to be allocated.
But that's not an issue. Center will be the same session. To correct fields, you are saying?
March to 20th March, 1998.
Is it correct? 18 March to 20th March?
18th March to 20th March and 11th April to 15th April.
All right, 1 second.
11th to 15th was additional. New people came in. 9th.
And 11 to 15.
Yes, it's apparently 9th and 10th.
19 of
Yes, 9th and.
Now tell us one thing. How many came in? How many corrected their fields between 18th and 20th March?
That needs data is to be found.
But you said that 15,000, no?
That is when additional slot was opened on the basis of the court orders and representations. For that time, it was given to make fresh applications.
In April.
Yes, please.
So 15,000.
Yes.
24,000.
All right, 8th April to 15th, 11th April to 15th April, you said, no?
No, 8th April to 10th April. No.
No.
Correction into 8th April. 15. Notification was 8th April dated and the window was open for 9 and 10.
for new registration, not for correction, and for correction which, sir, I am reading for you from your affidavit and from your document.
What is it?
I don't have page number 99.
Just read it.
Page number 99. This is a public notice dated 30 March 2022. The subject is correction in particulars on the online application form of National Eligibility Cum Entrance Exam UG 2024. Now, my lord, I am reading the box, the relevant part. NEET 2024 UG. Duration of correction 18th March to 20th March 2024 up to 11:50 PM.
Right.
Field for correction. So he's even not disclosing that what field. It was specifically mentioned that field for correction is as per annexure A, and that annexure A was not. Annexure A was filed on the next page. All fields. This is very important.
So between 18th and 20th March, you could correct all fields.
All fields and update documents except the contact mobile number, email. So other than
All right.
everything has
Now,
to be
which was the second window? We got the first window, 18th to 20th March. What is the second window?
The second
Not
window
for
is
the
9th of April and 10th of April. For 2 days, the second window opened for a new application, a new registration.
at page
And
number
that is for 15,000. They will not say that it is, this is unprecedented. It never happened earlier. They say that they were directed to do this by the Rajasthan High Court. Rajasthan High Court order is on record, which pertained to only one candidate. And High Court said, for this candidate, you permit him the registration.
So 9th and 10th April 2024, you say there were 15,000 fresh registrants.
24,000. As per our information.
Now, already, let's ask Mr. Kaushik. Now, 18th to 20th March 24, how many corrections? That is the window for corrections. Do we have figures about that?
That we will have to work out.
All right, and 9th to the 10th of April, how many new applications can?
That according to our information. We have given the data minutes, 15,000 applications. New applications were received.
We'll take your data. Just official data.
And my lord, one more important change of center is concerned. The petitioners have focused only at Godhra. In Godhra, the change of center was by only 34 persons, out of which only 16 could be allotted the change of center.
And they are not getting any admission.
They are not getting any.
So come again for change of centers.
Yes.
Was by NTA. You change the center.
By the candidates.
Permitted change.
Yes.
No, but you took it that the candidate has no choice of change of center.
Correct. City. I stand corrected.
Right.
City.
Right. So,
For example, Jaipur to Godhra. And out of.
so do we have overall? Do we have any data on how many students all over the country? Say in the first 1,08,000. We'll now focus on 1,08,000. No better. Had changed their cities.
We will get that data, but we have got the data of Godhra only. It's because the Godhra was the only.
So how many of the 1,08,000 would have changed their cities? We would like to know that.
That will be possible.
And we would also like to see the distribution of which were the cities that they changed. Was there any change in respect of one of these suspect areas like Hazaribagh or Patna, or is there any concentration in the change of cities to specific cities?
There is one statistic.
That will give us some idea.
I have seen one.
Is there any skew in respect of those who got registered between the 9th and 10th of April 24? So after lunch, we're just short of lunch. We just break for lunch. After all this mental exercise, you also need a little lunch. But what we want to know is this, that those who changed their centers, how many of those have made it to the 1,08,000? That's one. And second, is there any skew in favor of those who had changed the cities on the 9th and 10th?
We have roughly worked out.
Right.
Some people change their language. Some people change their language. They said, please give us a Gujarati medium, for instance.
Or language. Just
That-
give us also
so
language.
that
So 9th, concentrate on 9th and 10th of April. How many students changed? How many of the fresh registration For fresh registration also could change their centers?
Yes. Fresh registration date is after which
Can they change the center during that period?
new application is totally different. New applications are completely different.
Can an older student
Acha, one more. Only confined to one student. Then how did you open up the portal for on 9th and 10th of April 2024 beyond that one student? As a result of which 15,000 students registered. Just 1 second, we have something very important. We'll forget it otherwise. Out of the 15,000 students, how many are in the 1,08,000?
Correct. The reason is, I can give.
Mr. Kaushik, just talk to your staff at lunch and come back after lunch. We'll come back.
Advocate Nedumara here. I think our discussions are going little off. But I may be.
That's why Nedumara is there, to make sure that we don't go off.
I may be permitted to address your lordship for just 5 minutes.
Of course, who said no?
No, my lord, before you further proceed, my lord. I was patiently listening everything because I think the whole issue.
One second.
Yes.
One of your colleagues is in.
No, I only want one sentence to be permitted.
After he finishes, we'll hear.
No, my lord, I only wanted to say one sentence. Hear me in one sentence.
One sentence.
One sentence only. The whole question before the court is whether the test should be examination be cancelled or and a re-examination to be conducted. The discussion is far away from that.
No. This is the heart of it. We have to look at the evidence, the underlying evidence in the record to see whether
But that is a major administrative decision. It is not depending on a minor irregularity here or there. It's a major administrative decision. For a minor irregularity here or there.
All right. Mr. Nedumara, 1 second. We were a little confused. Are you on this side or on that side?
I am for the petitioners and my submission is.
You are saying no retest.
No, my lord, absolutely. The only way is to conduct a retest.
Okay.
And my lord, I want to use a very soft
no
terminology, very soft terminology. I discussed with the IIT professor, he used a strong terminology. I'm not using it. He used the terminology the professor used was my lord, the IIT report. He said, my lord, there are 3 types of lies. Lies, damn lies, and now IIT report.
Let's not.
No, I'm not using it. I'm not saying that. I'm
use that.
No, I'm not using.
That's not fair. Mr. Nedumara, also 1 second. Let's not just damn it's institute. It's so easy to say something about a premier institute. Give us core facts.
No, my lord, I'm very soft on them.
Give us core facts.
If my lord were to hear the court, if I can point out just one aspect of the exam, my lord, but if I can just say one aspect before my lord.
All right, we'll come back after lunch. Yes, man. Your Judges Association, I think.
Scope of the lordship to take.
Today, this will go on. So we'll keep the pension matter for judges. We'll probably take it up next week. You're safe today. You can.
Grateful, my lords.
So as there is a lunch break, the latest discussion was about the change of examination cities by students. When the correction window was opened, so some students did change their admission, the examination cities. So now NTA has to submit the details about the students, the number of students who have changed their examination cities when the correction window was reopened again. So after lunch, we are going to the discussion as mentioned, the court will resume post lunch. So we will be continuing our discussion, the live streaming here post lunch as well. So our live streaming will continue and we are not going to end the live stream. I would request you all to take a short break as well and be back at 2 p.m. when the court will resume again. Also, as we did mention earlier, if you have any doubts, any questions, as of now, we are not sure what would be the decision today, whether there would be a re-NEET or no re-NEET. But if you have I'm sure you would be having a lot of questions in your mind regarding the NEET admissions. So we have mentioned a Google form. If you have any questions, any doubts, please fill that and our team would definitely be there to assist you with all of your queries. मुझे बस एक ही चीज, मतलब मैं आजकल अगर मैं
One candidate.
That is not relevant.
Okay, that will. Oh, that's fine.
Candidate.
Yes.
Okay, Manoj, I'll just answer Manoj that. Manoj, we received representations, similar representations. So Manoj, it was thought proper, pro-student measure, that let everyone get an opportunity to apply. But the relevant figures are now Manoj with me.
No, but this order was in respect to one student.
One student only.
Who had not paid his fees.
Correct.
So now what did the NTA do? NTA allowed everybody to apply afresh.
Yes, correct. 900 emails on account of inability of students to make the application due to mismatch, is not able to Aadhaar its authentication could not be done by most of the students. OTP was not received, OTP could not be received, and fees could not be made. So all these aspects were the subject matter of fees representation. In the light of this court order and the order of the Honorable High Court of Karnataka, we opened up this registration.
But this order had nothing to do with that.
Order is only Karnataka disposed it.
But the relevant figure is this. Manoj, we received, as my learned friend says, because of these difficulties, they could not be, they could not make the appropriate application within time. Manoj, we received 15,000 new registrations, approximately, maybe plus minus. Lord, we received 3,000 physical representations and 900 representations on email. But the relevant figure is this. Out of this new 14,094 students, I'm sorry, 15,094 students.
Yes.
Those who will be getting admission in 1,08,000 are only 44.
44 students are
qualifying for getting admission and are within 1,08,000, which is the total number of medical seats.
And let's 12,665 candidates are getting less than 200. That means they are failing.
12,665
out of these.
200 marks out of
720.
out of 720.
They are failing out of 1,500, 12,000 are 15,000, 12,000 are failing. Just to indicate and satisfy.
Only 44 got in.
Yes, satisfy our Lordship's conscience that this was not, my Lord, intended to help someone.
Right.
It was, my Lord, a pro-student measure ultimately that we have received 3,000 physical representations and 900 representations on email. Let window be open for 2 days. And the figure new registration is 15,094. 15,085. What I stand corrected.
Oh. Mr. Huda.
Yes, Lord. Lord, I don't want to spend much time on
No,
that.
one more aspect, Manoj. There was one kind of a discrepancy which was noticed in the first half regarding the Jaipur. So the chart which your lordships have seen contains where in 2003 and 2004, there was an increase. In 2003, 3% fall within, let's say, first 100, and it became 4. In Jaipur, that is Rajasthan, 2023 also 9 students were in first 100, and this time also they were in first 100. So that chart depicts cities where there is an increase this time, which is from 224, 225. The rest are 110, 110.
Yes, on the IIT chart, I don't want to spend much time, just 2-3 tables I want to show, and I want to proceed because there are much better evidence on record to show a leak and a systemic.
Now, what are your submissions? Now, why don't you formulate
My
your submission?
submission with regard to IIT chart, first was that there is a conflict of interest. 2, they have taken the data of 23,33,000 to have this bell-shaped curve and to say that it does not show any abnormality. I say 1 or 2 or 3% insertion of other candidates using unfair means can't be detected in such large data.
Yes.
Third, I say the different tables they are giving without declaring the result, they are giving the data only with regard to 2 to 3 cities and not the entire data for the scrutiny of the petitioners.
Yes.
The sampling they have done to suit their own. Eight and 9 at page 15. They are drawing, let me kindly see table 8 and 9. How wrong they have gone in their analysis. They are showing a table 8 at page 15. The center-wise rank of top 500. Now, my lord, for 24 is the table 4. So Bhatinda, they say only 5. Sikar, they say 4. Surat, they say 4. Now, my lord, they are comparing this with the data of 23.
Where you get that table?
Table 8, my lord.
Table 8.
Correct. Table 8 center-wise rank of 2024. My lord.
Yes.
So they focus on Bhatinda, Sikar, and Surat, and they give the number of students. Now the next table, they are comparing the 2 tables to show that there is no abnormality. In the next center-wise rank of 23 of top 500. Now they are comparing Rajkot with Bhatinda, Vijayawada with Sikar, Delhi with Surat. I do not know how they do it. If they are doing a comparison, center-wise rank of 2 different years, they have to compare apple with apple. But they say no. We will do it like this. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And the argument I'm making is, they cannot take support of this IIT Madras report to say that there is no leak and there is no cheating.
The only thing is, they are seeing if there is any abnormality. That's all. Whether there's a leak or not, you have to establish alien date.
Yes, the only thing is IIT Faridabad has not been able to pinpoint the red flags. They say we have not been able to find it. Everything seems to be normal. Now, Lord, may kindly see table 16 straight away, and then I don't want to waste Lord's time on this table because that is not a clinching on either side. Just to show that the kind of inflation is there, which is shown in table 16. And they say this is normal. I say this is not normal. Lord, may kindly see page 17. Now they have given the total number of candidates for 3 years with a rank of 550 to 720. This is the marks range 550 to 720. This table 16. 2022 in this marks range. I have done the total. The total of 2022 from marks range of 550 to 720 is 49,134. May kindly note it somewhere. 49,134 is 2022 total candidate in the marks range of 550 to 720. For the next year, 2023, my lord, the number goes up to 64,520. If I total my lord, all the 4 categories given here.
For 2022, how much was it?
My lord, 2022, it was 49,134.
Yes.
23, my lord, this number goes up to 64,520.
And
there is an increase of 15,000 crore approximately.
And 24?
And 24, this figure goes to 1,42,137. So the increase is 77,000. So the previous year, the increase was 15,000.
How many students actually appeared in 2022, 23 and 24? Total students?
Yes. Look, there is an increase of about 1 lakh students.
2022, how many students appeared?
Look, it is 3 lakh students. 2.95 to be precise.
2.95 lakh.
Sir,
It will be more.
and
Can't be,
23.
No, it must be much more.
Can't be. It has to be more.
Mr. Kaushik, in 2022, how many students appeared?
Okay. Yes, but I have this.
Total number?
1,87,000. Yes.
1 lakh?
I have the exact figures.
Once again, 80.
I have the exact figures.
I've got the figure, correct figure. 18,72,343 registered.
18,72,000.
17,64,571 actually appeared.
17 lakh?
17,64,571. Yes, 22. In 24 minutes.
23?
23 registered is 20,87,462.
Yes. How many appeared?
Appeared is 20,38,596.
And 24?
24 minutes registered is 24,06,079.
And appeared?
Appeared is minutes 33,32,297.
So between 22 and 24, the number who registered has gone up from 18 to 24, which is about, say, 33% increase. And those who appeared increased from 17.64 to 23, again about, say, 33%, 1/3 increase. So as opposed to the increased number of students, about 33% increase, the number in the top echelons has gone up almost by 300%, from 50,000 to 1,40,000.
The increase, but I have another.
Really draw a correlation that therefore the examination is
Reach a better lot also. But there is a reason given by blood, yes.
according to you, there was a reduction in the syllabus.
No, they have, blood, IIT Madras, IIT
Disclose in their response that there was a corresponding increase which we have placed on record. There is not a whisper. And just one thing more.
There was an increase in the syllabus.
There is an increase in the syllabus. And neither the IIT Madras is talking. IIT Madras.
How do you demonstrate that there was an increase? In the
I have a document placed on record, but they can't deny it.
Show us that.
I will straight away show it. Just want to show it here. Just one thing. increase of number of people in the examination in 2021 was 1,78,000. 22, it was 2.2 lakh increase. In 23, 2.74 lakh. And 24, the increase is 2,95 lakh. So the increase is almost linear. From
About 33% increase every year.
Lord, in terms of lakhs, what I'm saying.
About 1/3, roughly
1.7 lakh, 2.2 lakh, 2.74 lakh, and now 2.95 lakh. It's almost linear.
15%.
15% at every year. Here, the jump is not fivefold. In the number of candidates falling in that category, 77,000. Previous year, the difference was 15,000.
No, but can this by itself be indicated of a leak in the question paper?
No, I would say there is a smoking gun on the blood. Blood, it's a red flag. Achha, second, no, document it.
How do you show that this?
Let me kindly have my supplementary note circulated yesterday.
Your lordship would note, even in the first bracket, that is 700 to 720, there is a remarkable jump. In 2022, 99 students, my lord, fall
That goes up to 2321.
and 350 in last year. That is also almost, my lord, there.
Right.
So that keep on happening, because many students, my lord, appear, they could not make it, they reappear in the next year. These are the dynamics.
In that marks range, 22 to 23, the increase was 15,000. 23 to 24, in the same marks range, the increase is 77,000.
Mr.
I do it there, blood.
You have to have something more concrete.
That's right. I will
Just give us a
straight away
specific,
coming to the best part of my submission.
You are the best part.
Yes, I am straight away coming just
Yes.
after showing that there is an increase in this labor.
What was that?
Yes, Lord, allow me, Lord, my supplementary submission circulated yesterday.
Yes.
This annexure A, page 7. But the following syllabus was increased in the NEET UG 24 examination topic increase in biology. My lord, this is the topic added. And then, my lord, on the next page, topics increased in chemistry.
Yes.
Then, my lord, page 8 is the topics increase in chemistry. My lord, these are the topics added at page 8. And then, my lord, page 9, topics increase in physics. Notified just 5 months before the examination. $18 topics, my lord, in physics, chemistry, and biology. And not surprisingly, the conduct of NTA is that there is not a whisper that this syllabus is not only reduced or deleted part of it, but it is increased also. They should have come clean.
We got it.
Now, let's straight away, this honorable court on the last date of hearing directed NTA to identify, first of all, Lord, this honorable court directed that how the paper was sent, how it was sent to printing, then how it was sent to the centers. The chain of custody. Now, in the chain of custody, their reply is.
Now you're going to the most important point.
Right. Straight up.
So what is the submission now? You just formulate it.
Yes.
That we'll get it.
The submission is their own case is that the questions papers were dispatched for the respective cities on 24th of April 2024. I'm sorry, 24. No. Overall, 24th of April 2024, the papers were dispatched through a reputed courier company, which is a private company in any case. Their name has also come out in everywhere. And it reached the SBI and Canara Bank on 5th of May 2024. 3rd of May, I'm sorry, 3rd of May 2000. Was in rickshaw.
Now, just one clarification. They were sent to the SBI Canara branches in those cities, or what happened? Where were they sent to?
They were sent to the cities.
So wherever the total exam, the exam was held in how many cities? 571 centers in 90. How many cities?
571 cities.
4,700.
4,750 centers.
Right. We had said that last.
With regard to the interesting part now comes.
So these papers were sent to SBI and Can Bank in these 571 cities.
That's right. This is what they say in their reply.
Each of these cities had a SBI branch and a Can Bank branch.
Yes, yes.
And blood the dispatch, blood make any notice this deed.
So they were dispatched on 24/4
17
and reached on 3rd May.
The receipt is 5th of May 2024. 3rd of May.
3rd
of May 2024.
So the time gap is about almost 9 days.
Yes, this is one aspect. They have not divulged. Now, please,
He is referring to Patna.
I'm not referring to Patna. I'm coming to.
We are not writing.
Hazaribagh and Patna. I'm not. That is a separate story.
Hazaribagh.
Hazaribagh. हमारा supplementary note.
Papers were sent uniformly on the 24th of April.
I will explain. As CBI has investigated the entire chain from the printer till it is delivered to the center, and how there are checks and balances, sealing, GPS tracking. If there is any tampering, then the GPS immediately sounds alert that there is at some stage, at this particular place, on this particular date, there is a there are digital lockers and locks, etc. I have given that detail. There is a 7-layer security, 7-layer safety features. Which,
and now what has come on record? Now I'm straight away coming to that. It was dispatched on 24th of April 24. I'm sorry, 28th of April to.
But you just said 24th. So was it legal?
With regard to Hazaribagh.
No, one thing you want to know. Let's be clear on facts. Was the dispatch for all centers, all cities on the same day?
Yes, let's from the printing press, but its destinations are different across the country, including Andaman Nicobar. It takes separate time. So we have
that you're right, but for the dispatch across the country, did the papers leave the printing press on the same day?
They start leaving it. They start leaving. If for the distance between 24th April to 28th April, they are dispatched from the printing press.
May I explain that system, how it starts and how it is received by the center?
So the printing press basically distributed the answer sheets and the question paper.
There are 2 printing presses because there are 2 papers.
Right.
One of them is to be chosen.
Right. So the 2 printing presses started distributing the the question papers between the 24th and the 28th.
In different cities.
In different cities.
24th to 3rd May for others. with regard to Hazaribagh, 28th to 3rd of May.
For dispatch.
Yes, my lord. Dispatch for Hazaribagh, they say in the affidavit, NT affidavit, but I just want to read, because in deference to my lord's direction, that how it was transported, you specify. They have filed a reply. I want to read one paragraph of the my lord NTA additional reply, page 6. Lord, NTA additional reply. In my case, my lord. Transportation of question papers to custodians. My lord. I'll just read it and not.
But I am not
Then
adversarially, this would help you also. Unless then the system.
Please let me read it and then.
All right, where is the NTA additional reply page?
My lord, page 6, my lord,
958.
which deals with NTA additional reply, my lord. This is 10th of July. PDF page 953, बच्चे को याद रखना आपको। This is 10th of July, my lord, in Vanchika Yadav affidavit.
Yes.
Lord, may kindly see page 6 bottom. They are talking of Roman 8, transportation of question papers to custodians. Say the sealed trunk was handed over to a reliable All India logistic company for transportation and when dispatched based on distance of examination center across the country. The sealed iron trunks for Hazaribagh, Jharkhand were dispatched on 28th of April 2024. The authorized company loaded the sealed iron trunks into a dedicated closed body vehicle and an electronic lock was put on the door along with one-time seal. The moment of this vehicle was tracked by the logistic company. The truck has also the digital log with a giving real-time information. Customer, please.
So this is an important point on the NEET paper leak case, that for the entire country, the question papers were dispatched on 24th April. But in the case of Hazaribagh, the sealed trunk was sent on 28th April. So now students listen to this very carefully as it would be a very important point in this case.
body vehicle with electronic locks. And on 3rd of May, this paper trunk was found to be traveling in an e-rickshaw, open to sky, being delivered at the Oasis School. And there is a photograph on record, shows the principal, who has now been arrested by the CBI, is receiving the trunk, not the SBI bank, but the Hazaribagh school principal. The affidavit before this honorable court is factually incorrect and doesn't even capture that basic part. Here, they say on 3rd of May, page 7, the last bullet of this para, the sealed iron trunk were delivered to the concerned custodian SBI Bank at Hazaribagh, Jharkhand on 3rd of May, and was kept in a safe vault by the bank. The bank received the trunks and gave an acknowledgement to the logistic company. Now, straight away, allow me to come to my supplementary submissions, which I have placed even the photographs on record, showing that where this trunk was being taken in an e-rickshaw, open to sky with one driver.
Can you now formulate your submission? You're saying that now, you've seen now the broad lay of the matter. Your contention is the leak is absolutely widespread and systemic.
One.
Now, how do you formulate your submission?
Look, what I say is, because this honorable court pertinently asked them a question.
No, but just formulate it. Just formulate. We're not able to get your point now. We've seen the broad.
There is a systemic failure in conducting the examination by NTA. And the multiple failures, if I enlist, the failure is multi-dimensional, and if I enlist serial wise,
yes, just tell us.
Yes. The transportation of the question paper got compromised when for 6 days the question paper remained in the hands of a private courier company. And in support, I have to say about the evidence on record indicating that the question paper for this examination was being transported in an e-rickshaw 2 days prior to the examination.
At Hazaribagh, no?
At Hazaribagh. On 3rd of May. And instead of it being taken to straight away to the bank, probably there was no clarity on the direction where the question paper will go. So the e-rickshaw driver took it to the Oasis school.
No, yes, it's not what. If your
lordship, I will read that. I will read.
Lordships read the caption below the picture. While intent is, let's perhaps not reading that.
Where are you reading?
That's the same picture which is being displayed on the
Let me read just one news item and show this newspaper. Page 12 of my written.
Just a minute.
My supplementary submission may kindly have for a moment. That will clinch it.
That only I am reading.
Just to read.
Allow me to read.
He says that these are the question papers, but picture shows.
Lord, may kindly see page 11. Lord, may just
OMR sheets.
OMR sheets. After the examination.
Third of May. Lord, may allow me just to first read, Lord, Annexure B at page 11 of my supplementary submission. This news item and then the photograph, Lord, I will show that.
Incorrect version of the situation may not be. My affidavit is with regard to.
Huda, now you have to formulate what your point is. You said
yes, Lord.
There was a systemic failure of NTA in conducting the examination. One, transportation was compromised. The packet remained with a private courier company for 6 days and transported in an e-rickshaw at Hazaribagh on 3 May 2020.
3rd of May 2000, which was received by the principal and instead of the custodian, that is the SBI. And now the information with us is that this principal of Hazaribagh has been arrested for being a conspirator in the leak. He was part of the NTA. He was a city coordinator.
Then what is the next point?
The next point is the dissemination of the leaked paper was happening from 3rd of May itself. And the evidence of the chat on the Telegram, etc., indicate that the sold paper was being circulated on 4th of May, not 5th of May.
Where do we get that?
Lord, with regard to that, Lord, I have two submissions. One, Lord, in my submission, Lord, what I had said was that there is a flame blare channel which had disseminated the sold paper.
Where is that?
Lord, a question paper. Lord, that I have, Lord, if I can straight away show my first note, Lord, I have said it. They have responded to my first note, thankfully, and they are not commenting on that. I want to read, Lord, page 6 of my first note.
Where is the first note?
Lord, 10th of July note, which was filed in deference to my Lord's direction that it should be one comprehensive note. Where I say, well, correct. Written submissions, para 2. Systemic failure.
Locate that.
There's one principal note, Lord, to which I submitted. 10th of July.
I think reads as relevant list of dates.
No, written submissions which we have filed on 10th of July. It's a combined written submissions.
We have
The collated one, Lord. There are only 2, I believe.
to file reply yesterday for that note also.
Yes, you filed reply also to that note.
Yes, yes, filed a reply to that. Yes, fine. Yes, yes.
Lord, there is one heading, systemic failure. So this compromise the sanctity of examination.
Question paper was circulated on Telegram channel.
That's right. Lord. Question paper was circulated on a Telegram channel one day prior to the scheduled examination on 4th of May 2024 at 12 a.m. This breach of security has raised significant concerns regarding the integrity of the fairness of the examination process. Given the nature of social media and modern communication platform, it is impossible to accurately determine the full extent of leak and identify all beneficiaries. Information shared on social media spread rapidly and uncontrollably, reaching an extensive audience within a very short period. This phenomenon makes it extremely challenging to segregate the pinpoint the individuals who may have gained unfair advantage. Screen recording of a handle named Flame Player. Lord, we have this video. Now, in response to this pleading, Lord, they have filed a written note yesterday. They don't talk about it. They don't comment on it.
See, the only thing is which you have to bear in mind as a matter of robust common sense. The idea of somebody who was doing this was not just to make a national charade of the NEET exams. People who are doing it were in it for money.
Correct, correct.
Right? It was not people who wanted to sort of bring the whole exam into disrepute.
Correct.
What you would do to bring the whole exam into disrepute is to have a massive dissemination.
This became public.
So
Only after
why
the
would
examination.
right? Somebody who was doing it admittedly, as it now appears, to make money out of the process.
Yes,
Therefore, anybody who was making money out of it he would not circulate it on a mass scale unless he has that network to also connect with other people. Like you have, say, 10 people across in 10 different cities in the state who are all involved in the leakage and being part of the conspiracy to make money. So, is it your case? I mean, we have made a note of that point that this was circulated on Telegram on early morning on the
4th of May.
4th of May at 12:02 a.m. So the whole of 4th went.
All of 4th and then on 5th, because the examination is on 5th at 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Actually, my friend is not correct. We have replied to this in our additional affidavit also, as well as written.
Clear. When was it actually put on the Telegram channel?
Telegram channel, our stand is it is a doctored video. Edited is shown in the picture itself, which we have placed on record along with our.
But this is another thing.
And the time is
completed.
If I can complete. 5th May, 1740 is the time of this minutes video.
Not this one.
Let him show minutes that video he is talking about. He have got this.
Telegram channel has an inbuilt feature. If you made some changes or you tamper with it, then that change is also reflected. And therefore, we came to know that this was somebody had circulated after the examination.
Yes, sir. I will show that video and what they are trying to say and demonstrate that it is factually incorrect.
40.
Yes, if I can, my lord, straight away invite my lord kind attention to NTA additional reply, my lord, what the Learned Solicitor General is saying. Page 24 of NTA additional reply, my lord. There is this is another Akash test series they have bought. We didn't know that, but they say there was another channel which was circulating, and they say this circulation happened post the examination. And what is the basis to say so? Let me explain it, my lord. Kindly see page 24 of this NTA additional reply. Now, my lord, this is the original screen at page 1, page 24, which shows paper.
To India.
No, my lord. This is, my lord, additional affidavit of NTA. My lord, it is a screen like this, my lord, mechanism. It will be a screen like this.
Page?
Page 24, my lord. Annexure A2.
936.
Annexure A2.
Yes. Yes.
Now, my lord, kindly see the second half of it, where date May 4 is written. And
Right.
then there is a paper being shown in this chat. Now, at the bottom of it, my lord, that red circle, they say
901.
this is
Edited
edited.
901.
This is edited. But paper is being shown on 4th of May on this Telegram channel. The date is appearing on the top, and at the bottom of this document, kindly see the circle they have done it for facility.
Circle indicates what? The answer.
Yes, circle, they say, indicates that this message is edited.
Edited 901.
And so maybe time is edited. This is their argument. And the real time is, kindly see the next page. They say this is the real time. Now I will explain. Page 25, they say the time is 5/5/2024, 15:40, 17:40. There is a fundamental flaw in this argument. One argument is, my lord, whenever a Telegram channel document is pressed for edited, it can swap, it can swap the document, but the time will remain the same. It can't change the time. I have tried it myself, my lord, with the help of my colleagues. If on a Telegram channel, I receive a document, I want to edit it, I can swap the document, but the time will not change. This is one. They say the time is changed, which is impossible. Now the next page 25, the time they are giving is not the time of receipt of a document. It is a watermark.
If I open this question paper, this will punch.
So now with this, Mr. Huda is trying to prove that the question paper was leaked on Telegram channels. And since the Telegram channel, it's a on social media, everything spreads like fire. So the sanctity of the entire examination has been compromised. So it is well known, as stated, that the question paper was circulated before the examination date on 4th May 2024. Also, as it has been stated that question paper was being leaked from 3rd May 2024, and on Telegram channels, the paper was circulated on 4th May. As said by CJI, that people were doing it for money, to make money out of the entire process. That's true. But when the paper is leaked on social media, maybe, students keep on sharing it. Somebody was doing it for a larger amount of money, and this can be the scenario that somebody was doing it for larger amount of money, and then when student or somebody received the question paper, they were doing it again. They were circulating it again, maybe for a smaller fraction of money, but according to this, the paper was circulated multiple times and among a larger section of audience. We will have to wait how this would be proved that the question paper was shared among a larger audience, or was it not shared among a larger audience? We will have to wait what comes up next in the discussion. Now, previously, what has been discussed, Mr. Huda says that they had photographs of e-rickshaw carrying the papers, the question papers, and the principal of the school was also arrested, to whom the question paper was handed over. The question papers, which were supposed to be sent to SBI and Canara Bank, but it was being handed over to the principal of a school. And the principal has been arrested as a part of the NEET paper leak. Also, surprisingly, he was part of the NTA and city coordinator, as stated by Mr. Huda. But as mentioned about the paper leak on social media like Telegram channels, that given the nature of social media, it is impossible to accurately determine the exact spread of the leaked papers and how many students or how many people have been benefited from the same. For this, NTA has stated that the video was not correct and it was a doctored video. By explaining the Telegram features of how the edit message part works on Telegram channel, Mr. Huda has stated that the videos are not doctored, and explaining the Telegram edit feature, he did mention that the paper was circulated a day before the examination. Now, if that is true, we are also afraid how many people would have benefited from the question papers. And what would be the exact numbers, or what would be the number of students who would have had the question papers before the actual examination. And along with this, we have so many students, lakhs of students who studied hard for so many years. We know that students prepare for the examination. Some do start preparing for it from class 9th or class 10th. So the hardworking students who would have prepared for the examination for so long, what would be the impact? There definitely would have been an impact on the scores or the performance of other students.
Yes, my lord, Telegram page 24 indicates
Let's hear
that
it
on
carefully
4th
now.
of May, question paper is being circulated. The photograph of the question paper, my lord, appearing, we have compared it with the original. It is this original question paper. The date shown on the top of it is 4th of May, and the time is 9 a.m. Now they want this honorable court to disbelieve this date and time with the next page showing. Lord, may kindly see the next page. Next page, page 45, is not the date and time which can ever appear like this in a Telegram channel. It is a watermark. If I click a picture, if I click a picture, my lord, 9 a.m. Now they with the date and time on, I photo it, then it will appear that the photo is taken on this time and this date. Can you see the watermark? It's not a date and time appearing on the Telegram. Date and time appears like the one it is appearing at page 24. This is how they want this honorable court to believe this. And this is something other than the flame player, which we have found and seen the video.
What else now?
Yes. Now, my lord, with this, allow me, my lord, to come back to Hazaribagh, just one news item to demonstrate that how it is an admitted thing, almost admitted thing, that the paper is leaked on 3rd of May. Allow me, my lord, to come back to my supplementary note for a moment. Page 12 of my supplementary note. That is essential. Allow me to read that, my lord.
Yes,
Page 11.
Yeah.
My supplementary note. I have, my lord, only two notes. One, the main note, and the other is supplementary note. Where I had shown the added syllabus.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Page 11, my lord. Allow me to read this news. The Central Bureau of Investigation probing the NEET UG paper leak case on Friday arrested 3 persons, including principal of so and so, vice principal of the OSS school Hazaribagh. and interrogated the 13 suspects arrested by Patna police at so-and-so jail in Bihar capital. The CBI sleuths also visited so-and-so with 2 accused to explore the potential involvement of Rocky, nephew of alleged mastermind Sanjeev Mukhia in the case. The principal and vice principal of Hazaribagh School, one of the center for the exam conducted on 5th of May, were arrested after 3 days of the questions involving more than 60 hours over the allegations of tampering of question papers. The identity of the third person could not be ascertained till the time of filing of this report. 3 arrested persons will be produced in CBI court in Patna. CBI had seized cell phone, laptops, school CCTV camera footage with the assistance of forensic experts on Tuesday. According to sources, the CBI uncovered crucial evidence from the 3 months call records obtained from Huck's phone, which led to his arrest. Huck, who served as the district coordinator for NEET, had earlier expressed concern about a potential leak originating from a private courier company and the SBI that the breach might have occurred at their end. The CBI, which was initially concentrating on the route from the office of the private courier firm at so-and-so to CBI main branch, Yulu Park, shifted its focus after analyzing CCTV footage. The footage confirmed that no tampering occurred along this stretch, leading to CBI to suspect Huck, who consistently provided the same response during questioning. Sources told TOI that CBI's attention turned to Oasis School, located on Mandai Road near Kalu Chowk, and its staff. The agency began gathering digital evidence and uncovered that e-rickshaw had gone directly to Oasis School on May 3, instead of proceeding to the CBI main branch, where it was supposed to be stored in the strong room. CBI sources said that at the school, the aluminum box was tampered with and the packet containing the question paper was removed. A glue stick was used to reseal the package containing the question paper. The Economic Offences Unit, which had been investigating the case before it handed over to the CBI, also corroborated these findings according to the sources. But allow me to skip this. Now kindly see the next page at page 14. I'm sorry, this is page 14, and then 15 is this e-rickshaw and the principal of the school who has been arrested now for tampering with the trunk and seal, etc. Page 15. But this is the e-rickshaw. In the affidavit, they said that it is called sealed vehicle, covered and sealed vehicle, guarded, and where all sort of security. Now, this is how will it.
Students pay for the NEET exam, but how much does each student pay for the NEET exam? 1,700 rupees.
The reserved category was how much for the reserved category?
3,200
1,700
for the reserved category.
general category.
1,700 for the general category, and reserved category. 0.33 lakh students into 1,700. How much does it work? Sorry.
And then they have transported these blood boxes in an e-rickshaw with one driver. There is no guard.
Nobody would pause with a photo, to pose for to be photographed like this if these are question papers. This is a part of the process. When you hand over or take over something, you pause with the receipt, etc. This is OMR sheets, not question paper.
It's 1,700 for the general. General EWS, OBC and NCL is 1,600.
Except again.
From the exam,
The expense splits.
how much you make in terms of revenue for this?
Revenue generation. It's about 400 crores and the expenditure is about 300 crores.
Mr. Saraswati, you engage a private courier company?
Lord, your lordships may allow me to show. Not the checks.
There is no CCTV in the centers. There is no toilets in some of the
We are not violating. There are CCTV.
There is no CCTV.
CCTV footage is recovered. I will not show when my turn comes.
All right, your
Yeah,
third point now,
besides this-
what is the third point supplementary?
Yeah, Lord, besides this, we have placed on record 161 statements recorded by Bihar police of the accused, which indicate that the paper was available on 4th. If I can straight away read just one statement. That statement is dated my main note dated 10th of July. Just one statement, allow me to read from there.
The reading Anurag Yadav statement.
I'm read, yes.
Yes, that your translation is wrong. I have got the original in Hindi.
Okay.
And
I
it's
believe
wrong on a very crucial.
read Hindi. I believe
It's wrong on a very crucial point.
okay. Okay.
Must be a mistake. I'm not alleging anything.
Okay. So this statement indicates that my uncle dropped me on 4th, right? The paper leak was on 4th.
One statement with you.
Yes, in fact, because so many people are circulating this material on social media from everywhere, though the candidates here are less, but the anxiety on a social media and the kind of students who are affected by it, but not coming forward to file a petition before this honorable court. They are supporting all these petitions, and this kind of a material is being supplied, and not even the officers. But the other day, I had placed on record the press note of Bihar police. The IG police gave that press note. Now, subsequently, they say they have backtracked. The thing is happening in this case. So let them deny that these are not the correct. This is what they say. In the counter affidavit, they say that this is not a certified copy of 161 statement, and hence it should be discounted from the evidence.
हिंदी वाली लेके
हिंदी वाले स्टेटमेंट मार सर
Toilet.
According to you, the leaked question paper was in the leaked mode on the 4th itself.
Correct. Lord, I would say third because for a reason. Let me give a reason, my lord. As per their affidavit, they say all questions papers were deposited with the SBI and Canara Bank on 3rd of May.
Right.
And thereafter, it was taken out of the wallet of the respective banks on 5th of May, 8:15 AM on 5th of May.
And according to them, the leak occurred then.
No, my lord, they don't say, they are in a denial mode. Now, what I say is, if the leak has not happened during the custody of the banks, then the leak has either happened on the day of the examination or on 3rd or prior to 3rd. There is no leak between 3rd and 5th because the question papers remained in the custody.
Also, I mean, possibly, if according to them, the leak takes place sometime on the morning of the 5th, according to them by.
Yes, they don't say.
They say that the student, what they say that the students
were made to memorize.
Memorize on the 5th
Now
morning.
that the memorized.
One second. If the students were made, according to them, the students were made to memorize on the 5th morning. All right, according to them. If then, why is that chap behind you saying no to everything that I say? We've also read our brief.
Sorry. Yeah.
According to them, the students were made to memorize. That means prior to the 5th morning, somebody had solved the question papers.
The whole argument, I'm so grateful.
If somebody had solved the question papers, it certainly doesn't go to the 5th morning.
Correct.
It has to go at least to the 4th, 5th night, night between the 4th and the 5th.
That's right.
In which case the leak has occurred sometime prior to the night of the 4th and 5th.
I'm so grateful. And
So, which means that their question is, when did the papers get leaked?
That's what I was saying.
I would say, if they are certain that leak has not happened when the question papers were in the custody of the banks, then certainly the leak has happened on 3rd or prior to 3rd.
Before the questions were given to
deposit, because
before they were given to the bank.
Correct. That's right. Before they were deposited with the bank. Everywhere in the entire country, their stand is the question papers were deposited with the banks on 3rd of May. And in their custody, it remained in a wallet and no bank officials are accused and have been arrested. There is no allegation against bank officials.
By the way, in the ordinary course, before the exam, when were they supposed to leave the vaults of the bank? Exam was at 2 o'clock on
15 in the morning.
Right.
They say that the center head will go collect paper. Now, there is another systemic failure, let me point out simultaneously, like in Bahadurgarh. So the head went to both banks, SBI and Canara Bank, collected paper from both banks, whereas he should have collected paper only from one bank. And
now tell us one thing. There are two possibilities, distinct possibilities. One, the paper gets leaked before the questions are lodged in the custody of the Canara Bank and the State Bank of India, which means that the leak has taken place before the 3rd.
Correct.
3rd, they were all safely with State Bank and Canara Bank.
Correct.
The alternate hypothesis is that the leak takes place after they are distributed from the Canara Bank and the State Bank of India and are bound for the centers.
Listen, now, Lord, that is a remote possibility for the reasons, Lord.
Because between 8, going by their hypothesis, between 8:15 in the morning and 10:15 when the students were, according to them, given the paper, it's very unlikely that in 2 hours the questions were solved and then
everything, and they were made to memorize. This is impossible.
So the alternate hypothesis appears to be more logical, according to you.
That's
that the leak occurred even before the question papers were lodged with the.
That's right. Thanks. Correct. Lord. That is my respectful submission.
The State Bank of India and Canara Bank.
Unless it is their case that the leak happened when it
has happened between sometime before the 3rd or on or before the 3rd, then between the 3rd and 5th, there's a fairly long period of time.
That's right. During the period, my lord, it was in the custody of a private courier company.
where they were taking it into rickshaws and here and there for days together. For days together in private hands.
So what is, since when was NTA established?
2017. It was 17, but the first NEET exam they conducted in 2019.
But 2019 onwards, the questions have always been handled by private companies or private couriers?
In the route, en route, there are checks. And if any courier company or any employee of a courier company tampers with the vehicle in which he is transporting the trunks, it would be registered on a real-time basis with digital footprints. I'll be able to show.
But how is the digital footprint not available here then?
It's not the CBI has investigated that there is no tampering en route.
Why do you?
There is no tampering
en route.
Then where does the tampering take place?
No, there is no the tampering.
Hey, don't laugh. I mean, we are not. We are asking a serious question. This is not. We are not trying to poke fun at the argument or anything. We are trying to understand it.
No, I understand. Anyway, let us.
According to you, where does the leak take place?
So there is no leak which has taken place.
No, okay. Where does the breach take place?
There is a breach which has taken place where we have the timing, we have the CCTV footage of someone going inside the particular center. That's what I wanted to show to your lordship.
So, what time does that take place?
Yes, my lord, it is 9. Give me the first report. Lord, it's a part of my between 8 to between in the morning 8 to 9:23. The person goes in, photograph the paper and comes out. And thereafter, my lord, your lordship will find, my lord, investigation.
But 1 second. Assuming that happens between 8 and 9:20, we have to test this hypothesis in the ordinary course of things.
Yes.
According to you, the students got the question paper at about 10 o'clock, 10:15.
After 10, after it was solved.
Is it likely this questions, there are 180 questions?
Yes.
Right? Is it possible that in 45 minutes between 9:30 and 10:15, they would have problem solvers preparing the answers to 180 questions and then putting it together for the students in 45 minutes?
Look, they got 1 hour and there were 7 solvers. I can't divulge all this information. It's a part of my report. There were 7 solvers. They demarcated 25 questions each. And I can tell you, lordship, why they were required to memorize. But if we are, all of us are sitting in one classroom, the 180 plus 20 questions would be same. But the number of the question would be
jumbled up.
Shuffled.
That's right.
My question number 1 would be his question number 8. So nobody can give a answer sheet ready that A answer is B, B answer is C. They will have to memorize. And so far the investigation has been able to identify 18 students. And because of this lack of time from 10 to 12, because they were asked to go back to the center, they have to report to the center.
But this is also the whole hypothesis that within 45 minutes to an hour, not only was there a breach, but the entire question paper was solved in a space of 45 minutes, and then given to the student.
Within 1 hour.
It to be very far-fetched. In 1 hour, all that happened.
Within 1 hour, and there were 7 solvers, and 7 solvers bifurcated questions.
So, according to you, the leak, the breach occurred when the
8 to a.m. in the morning to 9:23 in the morning.
It was taken out.
So the papers left the vault at 8 o'clock. 8 to
9:23. They didn't have much time, therefore,
But what time did the papers leave the vault of the State Bank of India or Canara Bank, whichever bank?
7:30, which is under the videography, we have, under the CCTV, we have recovered the footage, and there is no.
So 7:30 they leave the bank.
Yes,
After that, the paper
they
is.
bring it to the center.
What time does it reach the center?
5 minutes.
From Hazaribagh.
7:45. And since the
Patna में भी तो होगा ना कोई। So instead, but assuming that it was 8:02 to
we have
9:30.
evidence to show, no, I'll be able to show it to your lordship. And that is why, that is the reason why, because the students got only 2 hours, to memorize the questions. I'll be able to show that. Not out of 18 people, students who are identified, who have brought at a particular place, only one student, is getting possible admission. Of course, now he would be facing the debarment, etc. Only one.
But there are about 225 students totally involved, 225.
No, but I cannot give the figure, but it would not cross 150. That's our estimate. And I will be able to substantiate these facts, my lord, by the very meticulous investigation conducted. My lord, the person who went inside for the purpose of breaking is arrested. The
CBI second report.
Lord, I would request your lordships, my lord, to closely scrutinize the CBI appeal, status report. Lord, if your lordships can, my lord, may I request? May I request in report number 1, kindly read from para 27 onwards.
Now see report number 2.
Yes,
Report number 2.
yesterday, my lord, it was filed yesterday. Would your lordships consider?
Para 113.8 at page 13.
Second. Your lordships are on para.
Page 13, para 113.8.
Yes. The total number of candidates so and so from the are around so and so. Therefore, my lord, I say that it would not cross roughly, my lord, 150. And at every stage of the travel route,
113.8.
8,
113.8. Just read it in your mind.
yes, the
That's
total
all.
number
That's all.
around 150.
This is your figure.
Yes. Therefore, I said my total would not cross 150. The check.
Between Patna and Hazaribagh.
But no.
What is the distance between?
Lord, it is at a distance. Lord, the one gang member who was also at Hazaribagh, Lord, sent it by WhatsApp.
How much? 240.
It is my 240 around. And their model is, my lord. So their model is not to allow students also to take photographs of, because if it leaks, because they have been given, kindly, this is crucial. The parents have given post-dated checks. Lord, para 50 of first report, my lord, if your lordships can see on this in this context. Page 19.
Very much okay.
Even 15 questions.
Makes a request to once again go through, my lord, these two reports. My lord, their modus operandi or business model, my lord, whichever way we put it, is they ensure that the paper is not leaked and given to students whose parents have given post-dated checks over and above the advance money. So that if it leaks and spread into thousands of people, then the examination is cancelled and they will not get anything. So students were recalled for the purpose of memorization, were asked to keep their mobiles out. They also purchased, I don't wish to divulge much, it's mentioned there, my lord. Accused are in custody.
That's love.
Look, we are not adverse to the petitioners, my lord.
Have the problem solvers been arrested by the CBI?
3 of them yesterday. Today also something has happened.
Sorry?
Doctor said, don't, now you say medical students. Earlier you said doctors. Why are you doing this?
Doctors or medical students. But yesterday, I don't know what has happened today. It's an evolving situation.
Because their investigation will show us when they got the question papers. Because, I'll tell you one thing.
Hotel, they were.
Tell you what is worrying us is how much was the period between the time when the breach occurred and the time of the exam.
Not more
The
than
shorter it is, the less the likelihood of a widespread dissemination.
2 to
If
2.5.
if that time period is say 3 days, then obviously that there's a greater danger of.
Obviously.
If that time period is say about 4 hours, then the
No,
only
let me
question is.
assure the petitioners, I am not adversarial to them.
Second,
Concern is
second,
genuine.
I mean, you have to also look at it this way. Does somebody pay, say, 75 lakhs of rupees for 45 minutes? They go into an exam.
Not that much also. It's not, my lord, the figure is also not.
The question is, would they then seek to recover
See, para 105, also first report.
105. Maybe, my lord, because, so this is post literature, yes. My lord. Meritorious. The parents underestimated. It is really, my lord, a painful thing. It is a painful. When we went, my lord, I can't share all this, my lord, where we went for interrogation. But some girls' engagement was going. Are considering whether it is a localized event which can be identified student-wise or it is a widespread event.
Mr. Huda, tell us one thing. Is there any evidence? Or, I mean, we are conscious of your limitations also, because investigation is still going on. Investigation is still unfolding. Is there any material to take, any material to indicate that a similar pattern was replicated outside Patna and Hazaribagh?
No, no.
My lord, there is only one instance. No. My lord, in Godhra, that OMR sheet thing, they say that the plot was that the students will leave the OMR sheets unmarked, and in the time between time for examination is over and before it is deposited, the geography lecturer, Mr. Tushar Bhatt, he will do the filling and will deposit it. The common sense suggests that he can't do it as a geography teacher unless the paper is already leaked. He has the ready answer so that as soon as the paper is given to him, he sit down and do the
But
mark.
Godhra, ultimately nothing happened because the district administration stepped in.
That they prevented it by arresting the person before he could do the needful. But the question is, there was people from different states had come to Godhra to let the machination fructify. So the people filled that center pertaining to Karnataka and all other states from the Odisha, Karnataka, etc.
How many Godhra? How many students? Just 1 second. Godhra, how many students appeared?
In total, the students, but
But nobody is getting admission.
we can't.
Nobody is getting admission.
Your lordship would allow me.
What has happened?
Nobody nobody's getting admission because it never went to successful fruition.
That's right.
What has
But tell us one thing. Totally, Godhra, how many centers were there? Just, I mean, we just wanted to.
I'll just in the meanwhile, then what happened in Godhra?
Just only,
My
just tell
learned
us what
friend is right. My learned friend is right. There was a person called Tushar Bhatt. He was the center superintendent, in charge of that center. He assured students that you pay me this amount. What I will do is I'll ask the physics teacher and chemistry teacher to fill up the answer sheets. Whatever you can answer positively, you are confident, you answer. Otherwise, leave blank because
who is Tushar Bhatt?
Tushar Bhatt is a city, he is a physics teacher.
Center
Superintendent, himself is a physics teacher and he is
Geography teacher. If I read correctly, it's a geography teacher.
I'll just check up.
That's
But
what we have read.
physics teacher and
He
geography.
was like the invigilator at the center. He was the invigilator at the center.
In charge of the center, but the physics.
And it is alleged that, after the students had filled in their OMR sheets,
He would get
the blanks would be filled in by the.
Filled in by me. This information was, my lord, came to the knowledge of district magistrate and district education.
But this was
There-
a month before, Lord, I had shown the email a month before this information was
So
given.
Godhra has nothing to do with the paper leak per
Paper
se.
leak, my lord. Therefore, the
Except that what they are saying is that if the center in charge had made that representation, obviously he had the answer somewhere.
no, what he said was that they are also arrested.
But were any of the solved question papers recovered from the center in charge in Godhra?
He was not permitted, you know, because the officers came at 2 o'clock. They sat through the exam, and in their presence, they ensured that everything is sealed and sent. So those who kept blank remained blank.
And now from totally, how many students appeared from Godhra? Totally. How many centers were there in Godhra? If you can- 2 centers in Godhra. How many total number of students in Godhra? 2513.
How many from outside?
I'm just going to come to the 2513 in the 2 centers. Now, out of the 2513, how many come within the cutoff for 1.08 lakh seats?
How many are likely?
Around 12 minutes.
Just a second, I'll just write. Godhra, 2 centers. 2513 candidates. And how many come within that 1.08 lakh, the last cutoff?
12, my lord.
12.
12?
About 18.
18.
One center 12 and at the center about 6. We have given this pattern of mark distribution also. Their performance also is below average. That is that PDF page number 1016.
How many students at Godhra out of the 2,513 had come in from, who had changed their centers?
This is the 14 to do it. This application was done by 36. It was not allowed for on account of non-availability. Only 14 were allowed change of center.
Is there anyone getting out of?
No.
Out of 14, nobody is getting admission in there.
Not it.
1,08,000.
Who originally applied, somebody from
Mr. Hoda, that even Godhra seems to be a sort of a localized, see, Godhra,
Issue more than Malot.
Godhra it never went through. In the sense that before they could do anything, there was arrest.
My submission is not that
Right.
actually the cheating has happened in Godhra, but I say the leak footprint was not confined to Patna. The
It came
paper
to
had
Godhra.
gone everywhere, and
Not
there was
everywhere. We at least now look, we take your point that there is a likelihood that the leaked answers had traveled to Godhra as well.
Yes, sir.
But Godhra, there is one clear distinction that the students had no opportunity to put their.
Look, somewhere they are caught, somewhere they are not caught. Something
No,
is
but
noticed,
Godhra, no.
something is unnoticed.
Godhra, nothing. Godhra, there is no wrongdoing at all eventually.
Yes.
Because before they could, because the process was not the students memorizing the question, but the center in charge putting the right dots.
But Lord,
That never took place in Godhra.
Lord, here this honorable court is considering the question whether the leak has a widespread footprint or not. Now, this is one of an indicator that this Mr. Tushar Bhatt had the answers beforehand so that he can do it. So it's a possibility. A possibility cannot be ruled out that he had the sold question paper.
Godhra,
Yes,
apart from
7 months. Even physics and chemistry teacher who was supposed to put the dots, you know, to answer the questions, they are also arrested.
I see.
And with Mr. Tushar Bhatt, who, it's a case of cheating. He cheated the students. That you pay me 10 lakhs, I'll do this.
It's a case of malpractice, but it assumes that they had the benefit of the answer sheets.
That's right.
The solved question paper.
That's right.
Because those physics and chemistry teachers who were to fill in the blanks, they would also have, they would not do it on the spot. They would have the prepared.
Mr. Bhatt said, Mr. Bhatt said, Mr. Bhatt said I would have 3 hours before I seal the answers. So he gave it to the students or the parents.
That is his representation.
That is his representation based upon which he recovered some money.
Mr. Huda, from what we have now, I think you can wrap up your submission because you're the other side.
Just quickly wrap
Now,
up in 10
it
minutes.
appears that Godhra, I don't think we can say is an example of a very widespread
I have just
case.
something to point out.
There is no evidence to indicate that actually that scheme went through. In which case, as of now, we find that there is only wrongdoing which has taken place in Hazaribagh and Patna. To postulate that, on that basis, then the only thing which we are left with are the statistics.
And what
That 61 students got 720 out of 720. Out of 61 students, as we now know, 44 got it because of that award of full marks, treating both the options of a question as correct. Can we cancel an examination only on that basis?
Yes,
That's the
let
point.
me very
Or is it something which falls short of the threshold which requires the court to cancel an
Let me
entire examination?
very rapidly give me my view. A month before, admittedly, college Kaka, which I pointed out on the first date also, wrote to NTA that college Kaka is a counseling center on 3rd of April 2024, more than a month before this exam. He indicated that this scam of OMR sheets being filled up later is going to happen. Please take care. The email is received on 3rd of April. In their response now, they say the email from the entity College Kaka subsequently has been forwarded by NTA to the appropriate concerned authority for investigation and necessary action. So this conspiracy was already a month before hatched. I'll conclude.
Not one more angle. Mr. Bhatt, Tushar Bhatt, would have the question paper from 2 o'clock onwards, not after 5. One of his students can give it to him. And they would start solving it. Thereafter, somebody, that was his, the idea of committing fraud, and therefore he started approaching parents of his knowledge. We have recovered 30 post-dated checks.
Yes, I got wanted to know rapidly. Rapid center was changed, which they say is pre-planned and conspiracy. Not even a single candidate has come. Actually, at that was. Well, the story they are giving to this honorable court that the paper was collected from Hazaribagh at 7:30 and 240 kilometers in the transit. There was a breach, and on that breach, everything happened. Paper was sold.
I don't think that is the case.
Well, that's not the case.
Mr. Solicitor, is it your case, Mr. Kaushik? Which was being transported from Hazaribagh?
Yes.
No, not from Hazaribagh. It traveled to Hazaribagh to one of the gang members. It happened in Patna.
It's a school.
The Oasis school is in Hazaribagh, right? Where this breach happened.
But the breach occurred in that Oasis school, according to you.
And we have the CCTV footage. The footage before 8:02 a.m. where both the trunks are like this. After 9:23, both the trunks are.
And what about the Patna breach?
It is linked.
Linked to Hazaribagh. On a para 50.
No, but therefore, the Hazaribagh, the leak occurred in Oasis school, according to you.
Yes.
But in Patna, how is it linked to Hazaribagh?
The gang was. If your lordship sees para 50 of my first report.
Lord, 3rd of May, the Hazaribagh, it reached 3rd of May.
Para
School.
Page 19. This Chintu is Patna. Yes. And they ensured, my lord, that they purchase a new mobile with a new SIM card so that there is no further leak.
I'm not sure. 45 minutes, the whole question paper can be solved. So the primary breach occurs at Hazaribagh.
Yes.
Where the the solving also takes place at Hazaribagh. It's relayed to Patna and then disseminated at 10:15. So that means between 9:30 and 10:15, the entire 180 questions were resolved.
After
It is the Patna FIR. The Patna police who first launched the FIR at 6 o'clock. They say we were tipped off by our people by the police in Hazaribagh. We catch that man there. That man tells us that we were on the previous evening itself. We were taken to this play school and all this was memorized. And what came in the NEET exam was exactly the same. So therefore, the leak, it has reached Patna on the 4th.
No.
From the FIR. Please read the FIR. Please read the
FIR, the final copy.
The Patna FIR, the Patna police,
My lord, would your lordship?
It's the Patna FIR which is crucial. And by
Case diary. Do we have the case diary of the Patna police?
the Patna has
recovered.
they have submitted a report.
My lord,
which is an EOU report to the ministry. That report has not been placed before your lordships because the CBI takes over on the 22nd of June. Or before that, the investigation was done by Patna, by the EOU. The EOU submitted a comprehensive report which is not before your lordship. Your lordships compare that report with what the CBI has done. Many more questions will arise.
Now, let me answer questions rather than arising questions. And please don't.
Please summon that.
We are in the court, not on the screen. Please see. Para 50.
That's an unwanted thing from the solicitor general.
Anyway, para 50 at page 19.
That's not.
At 10:15 a.m.
Mr. Mehta.
Anyway. At 10:15 a.m. on 5/5/24, so-and-so received NEET solved exam question paper number so-and-so. The lordship knows, there was a burnt question paper which was found by Patna police. And burnt question paper had the center number. Question number so-and-so.
Which Kumar accesses it in OA?
This Lord, may I say something? Para 51 also. One part goes at 10:35. My lord, at the outset, Mr. Hegde is a dear friend. We pull each other's legs, but this was unwarranted. But leaving it at that. But half of the question, my lord, paper was received at 10:35. Your lordship would find page 21, the photograph. They burnt the question paper because they didn't want that to travel anywhere else because that was their the source of money. But a part was not fortunately recovered, which contains this 6136488. This is the center number of
Hazaribagh, how many centers were there?
5.
Just one thing, I'll make a note of that.
The students were also, my lord, from all over the centers. The leak is at one center, but OS is, my lord, but
Centers totally, how many students in Hazaribagh?
one. Many have the candidates. Achha, total candidates.
Total
Candidates. That's
Five centers, 2,736.
Then
736.
2736.
how many candidates would now fall in that 1.08 lakh? How many of those 2,700 would have qualified for admission? And everybody see.
One thing is clear, they are not in the first. Lord, kindly see, my lord, report of the IIT Madras.
That you got 56,000 are for the government medical colleges, the rest
Yeah.
will be.
Hazaribagh or Patna, my lord, doesn't find place there. So possibly,
Let's,
very few would be, my lord, select.
in the 1.08 lakh candidates, how many? We want to now see, because admittedly there has been a breach at Hazaribagh and Patna.
It's from all 5 centers. Those who would be able to qualify are around 80.
1.8.
80. यहाँ से दिखना पड़ता है।
How many centers in Patna?
I'll give you.
But in first 60,000, earlier, in first 60,000, 60, in 2023, Patna had 1993 students. I am reading from the report of the IIT. Now it has come down to 1561 students. First 60,000. Thereafter, my lord, I'll.
Now this time Patna, how many centers were there? 7 centers. There are 6 centers.
Yeah.
12 centers.
12 centers. And totally how many candidates?
But I'll give you exact.
Continue करना है।
Okay. ये वो तो first 100. लेकिन first, those who will be qualified.
So now the case is taking a very important turn as NTA says that the breach happened only at a very minute scale and it happened only in Patna and Hazaribagh. But the question here is that solving, as mentioned, that solving happened in Hazaribagh and it was sent to Patna. It was all done in 45 minutes. So possibly this is something which cannot happen in 45 minutes, as the students have to start with their reporting to the centers as well. There are so many formalities which are done before students enter the examination hall and they can start with their papers. So they have to reach the examination center a few hours before the exam time, and then there are security checks and everything, and then the students are allowed to enter the examination hall. So this is a big question over here, that everything happened in those 45 minutes. And this is what Mr. Huda is trying to say, that all of this cannot happen
on Monday
in
at
that time.
10:30, so that we'll take this before we take our, so by lunch we would have concluded the matter on Monday. So we would like to have a copy of the Bihar police report. If that can be circulated. EOU.
Now, there are two. One is local police. Thereafter, it was transferred to EOU. I'll place both.
Oh, let the both be placed. And if they can supply us.
So we'll take it up on Monday at 10:30 and we'll do our miscellaneous board Monday post lunch. Hopefully we'll finish this by lunch.
I think, my lord, Advocate Darbara here, I have made two requests, my lord.
Counselling can be stayed here because the counselling they have slated.
Counselling takes 3-4 months. But
We'll take it after 2 days basically.
we were to declare counselling, and it would start from 24th of July or something. But I must bring it to your lordship's notice. It may not happen.
We are taking it on Monday itself. We're now taking it on Monday itself.
Please.
What we consider declaration of the result, because not entire data, what they are talking about, we can't really corroborate it until if they get.
They are from the last
I
time.
will satisfy lordships. No examination declares, because this is individual's personal property. It's
UPSC
but
does
not-
it.
UPSC also does not. UPSC does not. I'll satisfy.
And why not they?
My learned friend appears for you.
But what if you declare put the results
That mark,
minus the names with only the roll numbers?
Yes, we will send it.
I'll just check
At
up.
center.
Sorry? Center and the roll numbers.
I would sit with them and examine. But now what exercise my learned friend wants your lordships to.
Or you can even do this. You can have masked roll numbers, so that no identity of a student is disclosed.
Yes.
So you can have masked roll numbers in the sense you can have dummy roll numbers, but in a sequence,
In a sequence at center.
center wise.
That's it. So that we are also able to apply our mind and maybe assess this honorable court better.
You can mask the center also. Center and roll. Identity of the student. There is one.
It has been submitted that it would be appropriate to direct the National Testing Agency. We have heard Mr. Huda, Learned Senior Counsel, appearing on behalf of the petitioners. However, during the course of the discussion in open court, we've also had the benefit of brief interjections by counsel on both sides, including by Mr. Tushar Mehta, Learned Solicitor General, and Mr. Kaushik, Learned Senior Counsel, appearing on behalf of the NTA. Good stop. The petitioners have submitted.
No, I'm actually arguing.
Yeah. The petitioners have submitted that it will be appropriate if the result of the UG 2024 NEET examination is published on the website by NTA, so as to bring about some transparency on the center-wise marks obtained by candidates.
No, centers then are identified.
Sorry?
Centers, center and number will be marks.
Without center.
In each center, there are 5,000 people. In the center, there will be 5,000 people.
We direct NTA to publish the marks obtained by students in the UG NEET 2024 examination, while at the same time ensuring that the identity of the students is masked to preserve.
Identity of the center. We make
Entity.
identity.
And identity of the students is masked.
Something to say. Yes.
Center, please let them know. You see, because that's the basis on which they may be able to perform.
They have
to
analyzed
some
center.
trends, etc. If they can't, they fail. But at least there's a sense of.
Yeah, but we can exercise from the reverse. That now let us see whether there is any, without any material, they have not shown any material of any material.
See, what is happening actually, Mr. Solicitor, what is happening is this. In fact, the reason why we were engaging in a very detailed line of inquiry is because the fact that there was a leak, at least in Patna and Hazaribagh now is,
Leak, the fact.
yeah, but there was a leak in the sense that there was
Leak.
the question papers, the question papers had been disseminated before the exam. That is undoubted. Question which we are now wanting to consider is whether this was only confined to these centers, in which case there's no question of a retest, or whether this was more widespread. Now, the students have a certain degree of handicap because they would never have the kind of data which is necessary to prove.
Data goes to the coaching centers. There are several problems. This is not just we are dealing.
No, that's right. There's no difficulty. Therefore, we are not saying that you publish we want the students' identity to be masked because we don't want students to be approached. You can have dummy roll numbers, but in a series for those students, so that no student's identity can be diverged.
That is sufficient.
But let us see center-wise what was the mark pattern.
Yes, that's right.
At the end of it, Mr. Kaushik, even if they fail, we will have the satisfaction, they will have the satisfaction of having done their duty.
That's right.
But if the data does reveal something which has not appeared to us as laypersons, as judges, they will assist us at least. We'll.
So grateful. Let me discuss. If there is no difficulty, the losses will not.
No, that is the difficulty.
Ensure that is worked.
But investigation is concealed from us. The result is concealed.
The result should be the result should be declared in relation to each center separately.
Not be fixed at time because ultimately they don't. If
This
they declare
exercise may be done. This exercise shall be done.
So there are reasons.
Let it be.
My lords, they have declared top tier every.
Yes,
They have given it to IIT Madras, Lord. They have given their analysis.
Madras, but we have given because they are not private.
And center wise. Center.
My lord, your lordship,
We will say that this may be the results will be uploaded by 5 p.m. On tomorrow on Friday.
Great.
Let them have an opportunity to at the end of it we'll see what to do.
Center wise can be departed.
No, we'll let it be done. Otherwise, we have to see the end of the matter by Monday. Yes. Yes, Mr. Venkatam.
Let's make it day after tomorrow. It was 24 lakhs minutes. It will take time to compile in that manner. Yeah.
Click on the button that you can get. They have given already.
By Saturday 12 noon.
My lord, there is a great urgency, my lord. It's not about me. It's about my lord an MSME. And my lord, High Court passed an order in the morning, my lord.
Email.
No, my lord.
Or back, circulate an email. That's what we do to everyone.
My lords, if I may mention an intervention in the current matter, please, Vanshika Yadav, sir.
Who's that?
Me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, we submitted our document on 16th morning. For some reason, it did not show in listing. This represents students from MP, from rural backgrounds and backward classes who have gone through great hardship to go through their NEET exam.
You don't want a repeat, right? You don't want
We
a
just
retest.
want that whatever decision comes, we seek an interim relief, my lords, that if a retest is ordered, in case a provisional counseling can be provided, that would be great. If a retest for any
Very
reason is
premature
ordered,
at this stage. Very
some sort of
premature.
exemption
We are-
may be made, sir.
We are in the course of hearing the matter. We haven't formed an opinion.
So if the application may be kindly taken on record, but I'll be very obliged.
Application. You mean your petition?
The intervention application, sir, we filed it on 16th itself, however, it has not shown on record.
Yes.
Obliged, sir.
Yes, Mr. Venkata.
Sorry. Income tax partnered by.
The tax, we will take it on Tuesday.
Lord, my only request, your lordship can take it, but we are there's a battery of good counsels to argue that side also. Will your lordship kindly hear, because being a partner, we are not able to go to any other court, although we're not able to do work here. You're really stranded.
Tuesday morning, Mr. Venkata.
At first matter and us first,
Yes,
that's the
yes.
only request, my lord, because
Absolutely.
it
But-
always listed first but goes last.
Sir, actually, throughout my career, I have followed the practice. Overnight partner comes first on board. But this matter.
Well, I understand.
social
Well, if there is a time
ramifications.
constraint, your lordship can even adjourn it, but we're not going to anywhere. That's a difficulty. We have to say that.
Tax matter first, Tuesday to first on board.
It's like,
So now, as the next hearing would be on Monday at 10:30 a.m. And as stated, by lunch, it would be finished. So we would be having the final decision on Monday before lunch. It will start, the hearing will start at 10:30 a.m. in the morning. And another important step being taken today is that CGI has directed NTA to publish the results city-wise and center-wise of the students, but yes, ensuring that the identity of students is preserved. And NTA has to submit this report by 12 noon on Saturday. Also, CGI has requested for a copy of Bihar police report, which was being discussed in today's discussion. So we will wait now for Monday, and I'm hopeful, we are all hopeful that the final decision would be out on Monday. So students, please wait till Monday, and yes, I would request you all to be positive, be on the positive side. And if you have any questions, any doubts related to the admission process, Courage 360 team is always there to help you and provide you guidance regarding the admission process. So if you seek any guidance, if you if you have any doubts, any confusion, so our team is always there to help you. Now, on the NEET Supreme Court case, we would meet with you again on Monday at 10:30 a.m. I wish all the students all the best for the decision, whatever the decision would be, and for their journey ahead.